The protagonist took a book in his hands and ordered it to be opened. It was a book that contained the knowledge of the whole world. The guy's spell worked, and everything around shimmered with bright light. A huge animated tree attacked the group of people that opposed him. The hero used the spell Furin and Regnell 3. The hero himself held a staff in front of him and used fire magic, which rained down on the animated tree. The main character with the staff was named Magnus. He was a mage in his 18 years. Magnus shouted to Eugene that this move would not work and that fire magic was apparently useless. But Eugene ordered the hero to shut up. Eugene was 16 years old and a warrior that had been blessed by the god Trigon. Eugene didn't understand what Magnus was talking about, saying he was useless. Magnus only suggested using magic from other elements, but Eugene called him an idiot. He was sure that the best thing to use on the monster was fire, because it was a tree, which was a plant. The hero replied to Eugene that these were just his theories, and things might not be as he thought. Theories are theories, they don't always work. Eugene ordered Magnus to shut up and listen to him. The tree was about to hit Eugene, and the hero used the element of fire, casting a spell of Furin and Regnell. But the hero's spell didn't work, and the monster's attack caught up with Eugene, who flew off to the side. Magnus cursed and thought about the fact that he couldn't even hurt the enemy. A girl that looked like a nun ran up to the wounded Eugene. She worriedly asked to help the warrior and then began to treat him with her magic. Eugene's wound began to heal quickly until it disappeared, and the warrior defiantly loudly praised Hilda, saying that she was much more reliable than the useless mage that stood near them. Magnus realized it was said in his direction. Hilda squeezed Eugene's hand tighter. She smiled at him and told him that it was her duty to protect the life of her warrior. Hilda was a priestess, and after healing Eugene's hand, she pulled him to her. The girl that also fought off the monster's attacks with a huge axe called out to the two of them. It was Misha. She was a girl fighter. She was stern, and shouted that this was a battle, not a place for flirting. Soon the monster was defeated, and standing on the cliff edge, Eugene shouted that they had won and killed the Death Ent. After the Ent was left with magic apples, of which there were many. Eugene commanded the squad to hurry up and collect all the loot, also not daring to think of stealing it. The girl asked him to be quiet at last. Magnus also started picking apples in silence. After picking up an apple and looking at it, he was upset that his fire magic didn't leave a scratch on the Ent. The whole hero group went back to the Lacusta Kingdom, back to the small town. The townsfolk apparently knew their group, and at the sight of them told each other that the warrior group had returned from their journey. They were very eager to see them, saying how lucky they were. Eugene's group laid out the apples on the table, and the leader said that they had finally gotten them. The girl wondered if it was true that these fruits helped improve performance. Misha was told that the fruits of agility, strength, and reaction belonged to her, and the girl was happy. In that case, she decided to try the apple. Taking a bite of a piece, her eyes sparkled. Suddenly, she felt an increase in strength, an increase in agility, and an increase in reaction. Misha thought to herself that this was just incredible, and Magnus wanted to try the same thing. Eugene said that the defense, speed, and stamina fruits belonged to him. To Hilda, he gave the fruits of holy power and magic power. He always needed the power of his spells, but he didn't want to argue since on the healing spells, the improvement was immediately visible. As for the last mana-boosting fruit, apparently it belonged to the protagonist. Magnus was not happy that he only got one apple. But then, to his surprise, the last apple was taken by Eugene and said that the fruit belonged to him. The hero didn't understand him and told Eugene that he would just increase his mana supply. Eugene replied to Magnus that it was obvious, since he used his skills much more often than he did. Hilda was in complete agreement with Eugene. She openly stated that the fact remained that Magnus was useless in the past battle. Taking a bite of the apple, Misha supported them. She believed that if a hero needed something, it had to be earned first. Magnus clenched his fist and thought about the fact that he could have used other spells if they had let him. He just couldn't do any damage to this monster. Eugene thought that in all likelihood, he shouldn't have been invited to join the team, and that was a mistake. He had hoped that the hero would be a genius, and he turned out to be a complete disappointment. Hilda had recognized that Magnus was the first person who could recite the sacred words, and that was how he complimented their team. The hero sighed heavily and looked at the smiling priestess. Her face abruptly changed to a gloating one, and she asked Magnus what he could do besides that, for he was a complete non-entity. As it turned out for the group, the mages were simply useless. It was obvious that physical strength was far more effective in battle. The priestess exclaimed to Eugene that he was right, whereupon everyone laughed at Magnus. Eugene looked at the mage in all seriousness and said that they didn't need him anymore, so he could get the hell out of here. Magnus was uneasy, but he still silently got up from the table. Lowering his eyes to the floor, he turned around and headed for the exit. Misha asked him if he was really just going to leave. Magnus answered her that she had heard it all herself. All they needed was physical strength, and beyond that they needed nothing. Misha replied that it was the act of a coward, but the hero didn't care and asked her to think the way she wanted. The hero went outside and thought about what was ahead of him now. They expected so much from him. Now Magnus could just go home. He remembered about the academy that offered him to go with the hero to defeat the Demon King. It was an honor for their academy, and wished him a successful journey. Magnus represented all the mages and wizards of his homeland. It was his duty to save the world and improve his performance. The hero decided that he couldn't just go back. Heading forward, Magnus heard shouting behind him. Some old man was trying to catch up with him and asked him to stop. Magnus remembered the old man. He was in the tavern. The old man was trying to catch his breath and agreed with the hero. He was hoping to see the group of warriors that had returned to the city. The old man apologized for accidentally overhearing their conversation. The hero did not understand what of the above made the old man pay attention to him. The old man was sure he had heard about how Magnus could understand the sacred words. It became clear to the hero, and the old man started looking for one thing in his backpack. It just so happened that he had a book that he wanted to show the hero. Holding the book out to Magnus, the old man thought he would be interested in it. The lad's eyes shone, for this book had sacred words. He gladly took it in his hands. The book said that here was everything he needed to know to defeat the Demon King. Magnus could relax, for this book was written by the gods themselves. The hero smiled and thought to himself that this was very interesting. It was said that only the gods and their apostles could understand the sacred words, and it seems that Magnus was one of them. There were many ways to forge a book, but if it was the book of a god, then it was a different story. Magnus decided he definitely wanted it and asked the old man how much it was worth. The old man spread his hands and said that if only he could read the book, he just wanted to give it to him. But if it was so important to the hero, the old man offered to give him a couple coins, and that was it. Magnus smiled and handed the old man the coins, saying that it would be enough. All the monsters of this world came from the evil energy of the Demon King. Therefore, as long as their king was alive, it didn't matter how many of them he killed. The hero assumed that this book contained all the knowledge of this world. While in his room, the hero opened the book and soon realized why the monsters he killed later returned. Magnus found a couple lines that interested him and read them. The book talked about an Ent of Death that would appear in 3 days. Magnus was extremely surprised when he realized that it actually worked. The book said to plant a seed in the infected soil. On a hill north of the village, plant the seed and wait 3 days, and the new Death Ent was ready. The hero buried the seed and thought of it as a joke. The boy smirked and thought about the fact that he would do it. The hero gripped the staff tighter and waited for the effect. After a while, an Ent appeared in front of him. It was a one-on-one fight against an unknown Death Ent. The hero prepared for the fight, but the Ent didn't even look at him. In that case, the guy decided to take his chance. He pointed his staff at the monster and used sleep magic. The Death Ent was known for its resistance to special magic and weakening magic, and the hero believed in it. However, every monster had its own weakness that it could not resist. This particular Ent was weak to hypnosis. According to the book, it was the boss monster, the Death Ent, a plant-type creature that had resistance to all fire-type attacks. Its weakness was lightning, and a note that fire magic was useless when facing this monster. The hero realized that he had to use lightning magic, so he got a damage boost a single target damage boost, and a critical damage boost. Magnus remembered Eugene's words, shouting at him that it was a plant, and fire was the best thing to use against it. The guy smirked and told Eugene mentally that he was dead wrong. But the guy decided that it was still his fault, for he should have trusted his instincts. He could no longer let anyone yell at him. Using his cunning, strength, and knowledge to defeat the Demon King himself, Magnus decided that he would make the whole world know his name. He would show that mages are the strongest and most respected people of this world. Flipping through a book, Magnus said that the high gods would not interfere in any situation. It was said that they respected those who strove to get back on their feet using only their own strength and wisdom. All this book could help with was information. His destiny was in his hands. The book spoke of wishing him courage and tolerance in his journey. The hero used the magic of lightning Nix-Z-Ra-Fudi. Summoning a thunder spell, the guy struck the death ent. The ent wobbled on the spot, after which it fell to the ground. The monster disappeared and apples started falling from it. Suddenly, the hero felt a level increase to 24th level. Increased speed, holy power, and mana doubled. He was surprised by such a huge amount of experience, and his strength increased significantly. Taking the book in his hands, Magnus decided that it was simply impossible. This book was a treasure of knowledge. It was an all-powerful book, and so began the story of the protagonist. In the end, the glaive hero managed to kill as many as 8 death enters. As a result, his skills improved after the fights, plus their power increased as well. Magnus ate apples of wind, earth, mana storage, poison, and paralysis in triplicate. At this moment, the hero's level had been raised to level 28. If he continued to level up this fast, he would need better equipment. His staff was old, plus it was only rank D. It would be cool if he could get a staff of rank S, but even a staff of rank T. It was a very rare item, so it was unlikely that he would be able to find it in a normal store. And even if he was lucky, it would cost a fortune. Tiredly falling on the bed with apples, the hero thought about the fact that it would be impossible in his current situation. The guy's gaze fell on an open book that was lying near him. Noticing something interesting, Magnus was pleased and grabbed the book in his hands. The excited hero went to the place that was apparently written in the book. When he reached the abandoned mansion, Magnus thought that this was the place. Climbing to the roof, he decided to climb down the chimney. Jumping onto the brick structure, he jumped down. The chimney was too deep, and the hero used the levitation skill. It was a great spell to control the speed of the fall. Magnus didn't expect the fact that he had to enter through the chimney. Magnus felt good that he hadn't forgotten this useful levitation skill after all. According to the book, he would be able to learn flight when he reached level 29. The boy wondered what free flight was like. Landing softly on his feet, the hero stepped out of the fireplace and shook off the dust. His entry had been successful, and he decided to look around. The book mentioned that the mansion was currently empty. The place was used as the residence of the King of Staffs. Magnus walked to the large dusty door and opened it ajar. The King of Staffs was considered the strongest wizard of the Lacusta Kingdom. As he opened the door, the boy saw before him a spacious and abandoned office where human bones were lying around. There was also a pile of shelves filled with books. 10 years ago, the King of Staffs was left to die alone in his own mansion. Thinking about it, the hero quietly gathered all of his bones and put them in a sack, then tied it up tightly. Magnus was also able to find the staff of the Ease rank. It was the staff of the Almighty. It was made entirely of mithril, that's why it was so light. The staff was also made of red crystal. It was a very rare material, but it was worth it just to look at its size. This staff could cost around 10,000 coins in a store. After thinking a bit, the hero decided that it would be worth more, around hundreds of thousands, and a huge number of people would agree to buy it. The value of this staff was enough to then live 500 years as a nobleman. He still couldn't believe that this had happened to him. Moreover, his abilities were simply unbelievable. When he used it, the damage of all attack spells increased by 79%. The effectiveness of support spells increased by 186%. The user had a 51% chance to reduce the enemy's resistance to special magic and weakening magic. mana consumption was also reduced by 25%. The staff could increase the duration of single and special magic. Clutching the staff in his hands, the guy's eyes glistened, and he exclaimed that it was just perfect. Magnus carried the sack with the remains to a high rock where he placed a stone monument to the king. He knelt before it with his staff, and said that after his death, this spear was left forgotten by all, and he asked the dead man to lend it to him. Magnus vowed to return this staff and bury it near his grave. One day he would crush the Demon King and bring peace to these lands. Then the hero used the information in the book to find out about the treasure. He collected all the items he could find within the kingdom. Also his targets were groups of bandits who had something worthwhile. So the hero collected Ranka items, which included a sage staff, a thunder sword, and a ring of divine protection. He also had a magic scroll that allowed him to save someone's life. The girls looked at Magnus with tears in their eyes and thanked him for saving them. They told how they had been captured and treated like slaves. The thanks and the sight of the beautiful girls made Magnus blush and think about how hard it was. They wanted to know the name of their savior. Only now the hero realized that he was not immune to beautiful and cute girls. There was no way Magnus could refuse such naive eyes. He said that his name was not worthy of mentioning and offered to take the girls home. The guy headed ahead and the girls asked them to wait. Even though he had saved a couple people's lives, it was also illegal to take the bandits' belongings. So Magnus decided not to shine his face for the time being. After walking the girls back to town, he waved goodbye. Magnus thought that maybe one day he would meet them again, but that was another story. Magnus decided to count his staffs. When he laid them out in front of him, he counted 10 staffs. The hero couldn't believe it. They were just ordinary staffs of rank TS. After collecting all his valuables, Magnus decided that he would keep the items that suited him and sell the rest. The boy picked up and examined the rank of Thunderstaff. Items of rank TS are very rare to find in stores, so if he sold so many items at once, he would attract a lot of unnecessary attention. The hero decided to find the right place and time to sell the staffs. First, Magnus decided to find a merchant he could trust. These are all valuable items, so he should be known to be one. After reaching the place, Magnus smiled and looked at the building of the Malm Merchants Association. It was the largest association for selling and creating magic items. Walking a little further down the streets, Magnus heard familiar voices. It was a disgruntled Eugen telling the girls that there was no such thing here. Priestess Hilda asked him to be more patient, because they had just started looking. Misha agreed with Hilda, and asked Eugene if he thought he would find it right away. Magnus and Eugen noticed each other at the same time, and were a little surprised. Magnus immediately noticed Eugen's new teammate that he had been traded for. They found a replacement for him pretty quickly. It was a girl cat that had ears and a tail, as well as names on her paws, costets made of spikes. Eugen wasn't happy to see the guy, and only said his name quietly. Magnus was not thrilled to see them, but behaved rather restrained. He told Eugen that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and asked what they were doing here. Apparently they were going to buy something. Eugene snapped back, saying it was none of his business. The hero only waved goodbye and said that his words made sense. He wished the group good luck and also to find what they were looking for. Misha asked Eugene to wait. She suggested that Magnus might know something. After all, he was a magician. Hilda supported her and asked Eugene to try. Eugen could not resist Hilda's own request. He looked at the guy with anger, and Magnus decided to inquire what they needed from him. Eugen replied that they were looking for a magic staff and asked where they could find it. All they knew was that they were very hard to buy. Magnus immediately thought that he had more than 10 of them, and simply told Eugen that he was right. He happened to have a whole bunch of them in storage. Eugen was pleased that the hero knew about the staffs, and excitedly asked where they could buy them. Magnus wondered why they needed a staff when they didn't even have a mage on their team. Eugen told him that it was their assignment from a nobleman named Dimid, and asked if Magnus had heard of him. Eugen asked Magnus to hurry up and tell him where they could buy this staff. The hero wasn't even surprised, as usually this guy didn't know how to ask for a favor. This is when Hilda came ahead of Eugene that she asked the hero personally to tell them where the staff was, because they really needed it. She asked him to be a good man and tell them where it was. The lad answered them that in that case he had that staff, and if they needed it so badly, he could sell it to them. Eugen and Hilda were delighted, and exclaimed that for once at least it was useful. Hilda asked the hero to sell them the staff, and offered him 1,000 gold coins. She knelt down before him, and said that if that was not enough, she could offer 1,200. Magnus asked without any surprise if they really had that much money. But to support their warrior in his endeavors, the church provided for him in any way possible. Magnus sighed heavily and said he understood. Hilda spoke of the saints from the church that always told of God's infinite love directed toward them, even if it went against their principles to use healing magic to extort huge sums of money from the poor. In that case, Magnus thought about the fact that he could take their money without guilt. The hero agreed to sell the staff for 1,200 and Hilda thanked him profusely. For profit, she bowed to the man she openly mocked. But Magnus was sure that inside she felt humiliated and enraged. Magnus still didn't understand why Hilda would go so far for some TS rank staff. The boy handed the staff to the girl and she accepted it with a smile on her face. Eugene smirked, after which he didn't hold back his laughter. He decided to ask the hero if he knew why they were trying so hard to get that staff from him. Because the man who was looking for the staff was offering to trade it for a mithril sword. Such a sword could be sold for 5,000 gold in a store. Eugene gloatedly looked at the guy who silently and calmly listened to him. To his surprise, Magnus only smiled slightly as if it was nothing to him and said that he was happy for them. Eugen was shocked at his reaction because they thought he would be upset about it. Even if he was, it wasn't such a big deal. It was because Magnus already had 6 of these swords that couldn't compare to his rank a thunder sword, so he didn't care about it at all and only smiled slightly at Eugene. The guy calmly headed forward and wished them luck in the task of killing the Demon King. Eugene looked confused at the guy who walked past Misha. Misha didn't even turn to him, but decided to ask if he was going to go back to their place. The hero was genuinely surprised and asked if he should. The expression on Misha's face at that moment was like that of a hurt child. This was the first time Magnus had seen such a strange Misha, but he decided to put the past behind him because this way he could move on. The hero did make it to the Malm Merchants Association. Magnus decided to look around carefully and decide which stand he should stand at to sell his goods. While Magnus was thinking, he heard someone hesitantly approach him. Turning around, the hero saw the girl who had been captured by the slave traders. The girl apologized to Magnus and blushing asked if he could go out with her. The boy looked at the girl's tear-stained eyes and got nervous. He couldn't understand what was going on here. As it was said, once is coincidence, but twice is already fate. The guy grabbed the girl's hand, after which they ran out of the establishment. Magnus asked her not to talk about such things in public anymore. It only embarrassed them. The girl struggled to catch her breath and apologized because she just couldn't help herself. This was bad, even though he only took treasure from bandits. Magnus didn't know what he could do to keep her from blabbing about it to anyone. The girl was concerned that she was causing Magnus trouble, but the hero said she wasn't, and asked the girl if she worked here. The girl admitted that it was no excuse, but she was finally able to meet him again. She said that she was the daughter of the head of the biggest trading company, so she couldn't miss such an opportunity. The hero was surprised by this information about her. The hero decided to find out her name, and the girl introduced herself as Aria. Magnus decided to find out why she then said such embarrassing things to him. Aria just wanted to thank him for saving her life. The guy looked into the eyes of the girl who was about to cry. The hero thought about the fact that this way she wanted to thank him for saving her life, but there was no way this could happen to him. He thought that a capable mage like him could not jump to conclusions. He had to think things over carefully, and it was necessary to be careful with this. The girl thought about the fact that the guy wasn't very happy with her company, and maybe he wanted something more. At that moment, she was kidnapped and desperate. Aria was very scared thinking about her immediate future. She was just devastated. But at some point he came. Magnus was so brilliant and kind that he saved them. She met a lot of people because of her job, but Aria had never met such an incredible person. The guy looked at the girl thoughtfully and thought there was nothing he could do about it. Because he was still young, It would be a lie to say that he wasn't interested in a relationship. However, he still had a mission to kill the Demon King. He had no choice but to tell her. Magnus was so flustered that he didn't realize what nonsense he was talking about. He apologized to the girl and said that he had no experience in relationships. He had just wanted to tell her about his mission. But for some reason, he had said something completely different. Magnus couldn't understand why he was panicking in the first place. Aria became as excited as the hero and said that there was no problem because she had the same situation and that in fact, he would be the first. Aria couldn't understand why she was panicking herself. Honestly, the guy didn't think he hated her or anything. If she was so insistent, they could go on a date, and that wasn't a bad idea. Even though he had no experience with that sort of thing, so it would probably go badly. Aria was so excited she couldn't believe it. She wasn't worried about the fact that they had no experience, and the hero thought that made things easier. Aria wasn't at all opposed to offering him everything she had, and Magnus looked away blushing. Magnus then decided to introduce himself again, and gave his name. Aria was surprised to hear his name. She immediately recognized the mage Magnus, a member of the hero's group. The hero admitted that they kicked him out of the team, so now he is just Magnus. The girl blushed with anger. She did not understand how this could happen, and how could they be so stupid. Even she, a simple girl, realized that Magnus was incredibly strong. Magnus said it was all in the past, so it was okay. Even though Eugen was a complete idiot, the guy couldn't speak ill of their group. Stuttering with excitement, the hero asked what they would do about the date. Aria stuttered the same way, and with difficulty replied that she would have the next Wednesday off. In that case, they decided to keep the date for Wednesday. The hero thought that if he did get close to Aria, she would not tell anyone that he was taking things from the bandits. By befriending the daughter of the chief merchant, he would have no problem selling his items. But leaving business and profit behind, he hasn't actually lied to her. It was already nighttime, and the hero still had no way to sleep. He lay down on his stomach, and hugging the pillow began to beat his feet on the bed like a little child. Love was beautiful. It was that Wednesday afternoon. The hero was walking down South Street. The date book said that going on a date early would lay a strong foundation for a future relationship. But he thought that was silly. It was just plain illogical, so he decided to show up exactly at the specified time, even though he had some thoughts about it. The guy pictured in his head the scene of him apologizing to Aria and asking if he made her wait. The girl would call him cute and reply that he wasn't, since she had just gotten here herself. That would be a nice thing for him to do. Upon reaching his destination, the hero was surprised to see that the girl was already waiting for him. Approaching her, he apologized for keeping her waiting. But the girl smiled and said that she was so excited that she had been waiting here since morning. The hero blushed and thought that was very nice. In that case, the guy suggested that she go to a place that served great food. Aria was delighted, thinking that the hero had cooked something for her. Magnus agreed and said it was all for her. The girl exclaimed that she was just happy. Blushing and pacing ahead, the boy thought about whether Aria would let him take her hand. That would be just fine. But what if she told him no? Taking Aria's hand, the guy realized in tears that she had shaken it off. But Aria wanted to take his hand herself, and Magnus felt her warmth. Squeezing her hand, he thought to himself that it felt really good. He looked at Aria in surprise as she suggested they move on. Magnus blushed, thinking that girls are amazing. Upon reaching the place, the couple decided to take a table. Aria admitted that she really liked pancakes, and Magnus assumed that she had been here before. But Aria replied that it was her first time here. Apparently Magnus knew the place well. The guy replied that he had stumbled upon this place by chance, and the food here was very good, so he wanted Aria to try it as well. A waiter came up to them and apologized for the wait, and then served the heroes their order. The food did look very appetizing and delicious. According to the book, this place made great cakes, but not very many people knew about this place. The hero thought that reputation was not important in this case. After all, too many people could spoil the appetite. The hero took a bite of the omelet, which emphasized the taste of the whole dish as a whole. After chewing, Magnus thought that the salty flavor went best with the bacon. He decided to ask the girl how she liked the dish. Aria sat with her cheeks full of food, chewing with pleasure. She said it was the most delicious thing she had ever tasted. The sweet taste of the apple combined perfectly with the sour taste of the berries, and it turned into a euphoria of flavors. Magnus decided they should share with each other. Aria asked permission, and decided she would be only too happy to do so. Good thing Magnus found the place, and it was worth all his searching. Walking outside after lunch, the girl exclaimed that it was the best meal she had ever had. The hero was happy to hear that. Overjoyed, Aria grabbed his hand and asked him where they would go now. Magnus blushed as he felt the girl's soft breasts with his hand, to which she pressed his hand. Until the evening, the guys went to different establishments and walked the streets. They went into places with fancy food and tried all the seafood they could until it got dark. Walking down the alleyway, Aria thanked Magnus for this wonderful day and said she had a lot of fun. The guy was glad she had enjoyed it. Aria wanted to thank him in some way, but the hero thought that today was her thanks. The girl emphatically replied that in that case a reward for that gratitude was needed. Aria blocked the hero's path, and standing right in front of him asked him to promise her that they would go out with him again. The girl stood on her toes and kissed the guy right on the lips. From the surprise and pleasant sensation, Magnus froze in place, finding himself in shock. He looked at Aria excitedly, who was looking at him just as embarrassed. This was his first time kissing a girl. Unable to bear the embarrassment, Aria turned around and just ran away, leaving the surprised guy on the street. Magnus stood still for a while, seeing the girl off with a look. Coming to his senses, he touched his lips, and blushing even more thought of being kissed. Satisfied, Magnus headed towards home. As he picked up the book, he decided that it was all thanks to the book. Thanks to the book, his date had gone great. There is a chapter in this book that talks about important people, and it details all the information about Aria, the daughter of the head of the Malma Traders Association. Knowing her preferences, he chose many suitable places. With this information, their next date will be as cool as this one. And as long as the girl was happy, so was he. This book was incredibly helpful to Magnus. He could accomplish incredible things with it. Back at home, Magnus couldn't stop reading the book. He found almost all the hidden objects, and thought about what he should do next, and what would be his next move. Finding something interesting, the hero was shocked. He read about the girl they were trying to save. It was a side quest where they had to rescue Mel in the city of Enzo. Mel was an ordinary 14-year-old girl who couldn't get out of bed due to a strange disease. The illness was unusual in that it was immune to holy cure magic, and it was completely useless to the group that time. The cause of the disease was the monster's curse. The only way to cure it was to destroy the caster. After making a decision, the guy clutched the staff tighter and headed towards Enzo's village. The head of Enzo village was extremely surprised that the hero was going to kill a monster near their village. He didn't understand how Magnus was going to set out alone. The head treated the hero to tea, and Magnus told him that he left the hero's group for personal reasons. Even so, he was still an excellent mage in the elder's opinion, but to Magnus it was flattery. In that case, he decided to stay here for a couple days, and the elder asked Magnus to stay in his house for as long as he wanted. The old man said that his son and his family had died of the plague, so he had a couple of rooms to spare. Magnus remembered and started talking about the disease. He told the old man that it had something to do with his granddaughter, but the old man didn't understand what his granddaughter Mel had to do with it. Magnus wasn't exactly sure, but it seemed to him that by destroying the monster they could save her. In shock, the old man knocked over his chair as he stood up too abruptly and asked if it was true. But just like Magnus said, it was only his guess. The old man sat back down and grabbed his head. He apologized for not being able to hold back. But to be honest, Magnus had exaggerated a bit. But since he planned to leave as soon as he killed the monster and saved Mel, that was the best he could say. It would help him avoid trouble. The hero didn't want that old man and his poor granddaughter to think they owed him. Besides, the guy didn't want to be in an embarrassing situation like this, so he had to try his best. The whole village came to see him off. Some just wished him a happy journey. Some asked him to save Mel because she was a very kind girl. They believed in Mr. Magnus. They didn't want to admit it, but he was the only one who could do it. They wished him good luck. The hero was unsurprised and looked at the head. Somehow already the whole village knew about their conversation yesterday. Leaving the village, Magnus thought that this was a normal situation for him, and he could easily deal with this monster. But he was still nervous. Magnus headed down the forest path straight into the thick of the forest, looking around. Noticing someone's presence, he turned back to the silhouette, asking what he wanted with him. From behind the bushes came a stern-looking man with a scarred face that Magnus recognized. Magnus hesitated a bit and clarified that his name was Glance. The man knelt down and bowed to Magnus. He was honored that the hero remembered his name. It was an Enzo village guard named Glance. It was good that the hero had a good memory, because it was hard to remember anyone in such a situation. The village guard had a request for the hero, and asked for permission to help Magnus. Magnus realized that Glance wanted to go with him and fight the monster together. This is exactly what Glance wanted, and asked the hero for permission to go with him. Apparently he had a lot of combat experience and was much stronger than the usual guards of the village. Magnus didn't understand why the guards were doing all this. He assumed it was for the items or to protect the village. The guard decided to confess to the hero that he just wanted to save Mel. Noticing the guard blushing slightly, Magnus realized and smiled slightly. As it turns out, Glance and Mel were childhood friends, and he is 4 years older than her. The hero was shocked when he realized that the guards were only 18. They were the same age, but he looked 30. The guard openly confessed to the boy that he loved Mel, so he wanted to save her. Magnus asked if he was going to confess to Mel, but it was too hard for him. Besides, he thought about his very unattractive appearance, so he didn't want to say anything to her. He just wanted to become strong enough to protect her. Glance left the village and joined the army, then came back and became a guard in the village. The hero was impressed by his loyalty. The guard was very worried when he found out she was sick, so when word got out about the hero's mission, he couldn't stay away. Magnus assumed that Glance knew that it would be dangerous on this assignment, but Glance still didn't want to back down. He also had to know that Magnus was a mage, so he wouldn't be able to protect him in battle if anything happened. Glance said that it was not necessary and asked him to use himself as a shield. Magnus thought that was a bit much, but for Mel's sake the guard was willing to do anything, even sacrifice himself. In fact, he felt like he had improved his skills just for this day. In that case, if he was so insistent, the hero had no reason to refuse him. In all honesty, a warrior would not hurt a mage like him. Oh, and as a man he could understand what he was feeling. But no one would want to just die like that, not even someone like him. The hero turned to Glance and motioned for him to approach him to discuss their strategy. Crouching on a log, the hero drew out a plan in the sand that was roughly what he described to the guy. Glance went along with this plan, hoping he had it all memorized. Judging by Glance's skills, Magnus figured he was a warrior of about 7th-9th level. Glance was surprised to find out that the hero had an appraisal skill. Magnus admitted it, but he could just look at the basic characteristics. It works if the target is below his level. Recognizing the characteristics of a simple guardian was no problem. But their opponent was level 19, and now they had to figure out how to overcome this difference between levels. While the heroes were discussing the plan, an eerie rumbling sounded, and the boys grabbed their weapons. Magnus asked Glance to be on guard, for their enemy was already closing in on them. The ground shook and a huge monster with hooves appeared right in front of the boys. The monster with fangs and horns on its head looked down at the heroes. It was the boss monster of the forest giant. Magnus used his staff, and an additional effect worked. Now his support spell effectiveness increased by 186%. The guy used several skills at once: Fire Aura, Magic Shield, and Magic Armor. Glance saw Magnus in battle, and even though he was telling him everything, it was still amazing. It seemed to him as if there was an infinite amount of energy flowing through his body. So Glance got Defense Enhancement, Agility Enhancement, Strength Enhancement, and Reaction Enhancement. He also had an increase in Fire Attribute and Sacred Defense. It was simply a miracle for Glance to receive such power from Magnus San himself. The forest giant went to attack and tried to reach Glance with his hand, and the guardian immediately threw himself at him head-on. No normal person, in the hero's opinion, would dare to attack the monster head-on. It was very difficult to overcome his fear in a battle with such a horrible monster, but Magnus' skill, psychological stability, had the same effect as the priest's calming skill. Together with perseverance and feelings for Mel, Glance was able to become a fearless warrior. Glance dealt a strong blow to the enemy and thanked Magnus Sand for his help. Now it would be much easier for him to defeat the monster. The giant got angry and swung a huge fist at the Guardian, and the lad set up his fire sword to defend against the blow. It didn't matter how strong the giant's attacks were if he couldn't graze his opponent. Glance's speed enhancement skill worked. Magnus realized from the forest giant's eyes that the enemy didn't understand why he couldn't deal damage to Glance. Everyone had their weaknesses, so Magnus decided to permanently cast weakening magic on the giant. At the same time, their plan was to increase Glance's agility to reduce the time it took to hit him. In other words, he had to dodge while he could. Everything went according to plan, and Glance dodged every hard hit from the forest giant. Magnus thought that was great, and if he was fighting alone, he would still use this strategy. In the end, he would still defeat the monster. However, thanks to Glance, the time to kill the boss was greatly reduced. According to the book, it had a small resistance to fire, and Magnus used a boost of 5 times that amount. This was how he got the critical damage boost and the single target damage boost. Magnus used the spell Furin and Renal, and then there was 3 times the fire that fell on the giant. Glance froze in place, and the giant let out a horrifying scream, burning in the fire. This was an extremely brutal battle. Magnus successfully attacked the enemy with a direct hit, and the giant was covered in fire. He wiped his forehead tiredly with sweat as he looked at the unconscious guard. It was good that he had put a magic shield on him. Without the magic shield, he wouldn't have had any chance of withstanding this attack. Glance opened his eyes and Magnus answered him that it was over. Helping his partner up, he motioned for him to head back to the village. Magnus and Glance soon reached the village of Enzel, where they were greeted with joy by the villagers. They were insanely happy that they had managed to return alive and unharmed. A man came up behind Glance and called the guy a jerk. He couldn't understand what the hell Glance was doing there, because they couldn't find a place to go. The other man hoped he wasn't disturbing Mr. Magnus too much. The girl asked them to calm down, because it didn't make any difference what happened. The main thing was that they were okay. Magnus and Glance were in agreement with her. Quietly and stealthily, a girl came up behind Magnus that she was able to touch his armor. She was happy and embarrassed that she was finally able to touch the real great wizard. The other girls also apparently fell in love with the hero. The girls immediately ran up to Magnus in a herd and started touching him. Magnus was not thrilled and asked embarrassedly if it was important for them to touch him. Also, the hero heard children nearby talking about that horrible monster that was very scary. They could even feel the ground shaking from it. Magnus didn't understand how the death scream of that monster could be heard from here, and it was somehow too much. From the back, a girl came up to Mr. Magnus that called his name, and the guy turned around. It was Mel herself, who was apparently feeling much better. She smiled at the hero, and Glance blushed at the sight of his lover. Glance decided not to interfere with them, and pushed the hero forward, causing Magnus to glare at the distraught Glance. The elder wept in 3 streams, and said that he lacked the words to express his gratitude. He kept dreading the day when Mal wouldn't be able to take it all and would die. Without stopping sobbing, he still couldn't believe that she was healthy again. Mel assumed that the monster in the forest was the cause of her illness, so Magnus decided to kill it to save her. She asked Magnus how she could thank him. The hero took the departing Glance by the hand, and said that it was not he who should be thanked. He nudged the confused Glance forward and said that it was him who should have been thanked. Mel looked at Glance in surprise, who flushed at the sight of the girl in front of him. According to the hero, he had made a great effort to save her. After Magnus left, he caught up with him and offered his help. Becoming his shield, he didn't chicken out in front of that monster and rushed into the attack without sparing his strength. He wasn't like those idiots who were randomly chosen by the gods. He was a true hero. Glance didn't know what to answer and only became even more embarrassed in front of Mel. From excitement, his legs went under and the hero patted the guy on the shoulder and asked him not to be so modest. Mel laughed heartily and said that it was very much like him. She didn't understand how he was able to fight a monster with such an attitude. All the residents around were agreeing with Mel and were pointing their fingers at Glance, not understanding how he was able to fight the monster. Glance only embarrassedly scratched the back of his head and said that she was right. Magnus watched their friendly atmosphere and thought that everything would be fine. They walked over to Glance and put her arm around his shoulder and leaned her head on his shoulder. She lightly pulled the confused guard towards her, which leaned towards the small, fragile girl. She really appreciated that he went to such an act for her and was happy. Apparently, the hero realized why Glance had been so glum from the beginning. The guard just didn't think about the fact that they were going back alive. But Magnus decided it didn't matter, because he would never understand people like that anyway. Watching Mel and Glance, the hero decided that on his return he would have to go and check on Arya. There was a real celebration in the village with lots of flowers, and everyone was having a good time. Old men and children were eating delicious kebabs, and girls were scattering brightly colored petals in the streets. The men asked Glance to hurry up and drink with them. Magnus also did not refuse the delicious food, and was already munching on a dish on a stick. He was approached by a group of girls that offered to taste the best wine of their village. The boy apologized and said that he could not tolerate alcohol, and the girl suggested that in that case he should try the juice. While the people were having fun and resting, the elder called Magnus over. Approaching the hero, he confessed that he would like to give him some kind of reward. But the old man was also afraid that the poor village had nothing that would interest such a great magician. The guy didn't really need anything from them, and he would feel uncomfortable even if they just gave him money. Besides, Magnus wasn't that poor. They didn't need to thank him since he had already received his reward. The old man did not understand him and asked him what he was talking about. Magnus mentioned the items from the boss and said that was more than enough. And it wasn't even a bluff, it was the truth. The old man bowed to the hero in gratitude. Opening the book, Magnus thought that this was exactly what he had been aiming for all along. He had studied the information about the forest giant in the book for a long time. There was a 79% chance that he would get an item called the Heart of the Rattlesnake Forest. After looking at the heart in his hand, the guy said that he had finally gotten it. It was a crafting component called the Heart of the Rattlesnake Forest. If the materials or crafting components were given to the mystical blacksmith of the gnome race, he could forge him a unique magic item, and he had gotten everything for it. Magnus looked at the item in his hand and said he finally got it. Running up to Glance, the hero asked if he had gotten everything. Glance replied that if he meant the shards of his shield, it wasn't hard. The material for crafting was also a relic shield. Shards of a shield that had been used so often that it had become a relic. Glance didn't understand why the hero needed these shards, since he could get them for free at any Lacusta store. The hero only patted Glance on the shoulder and said that he helped him a lot by collecting the shards. With these shards of shield and Heart of the Slumber Forest, he will be able to get a new magic item. It will help him a lot in his future battle with the Demon King. Glance was a little embarrassed and admitted that he didn't quite understand such complicated things. But he was glad that he had been useful to Magnus-san. Taking the mug and sipping from it, Magnus read the book. Now he had to find the mystical blacksmith. Magnus found a line in the book about important people that mentioned the mystical blacksmith Bazarf. He was an eccentric blacksmith, running a workshop in the artisan's quarter. After closing the book, Magnus decided that this was just fine, and decided to head to the kingdom of Lacusta, or rather to its capital city Lacustia. When Magnus arrived at the door of the house he wanted, he knocked. He asked if it was Mr. Bazarf's house, but no one answered. It seemed to the boy that no one was home. He had to leave Arya alone just to get here early. With these thoughts, Magnus banged on the door even harder, thinking that he still didn't get to meet him. From the force of the knocking, the door opened, and the hero thought to himself that this was bad. The book said that Bazarf was very grumpy. Breaking into his house was definitely not a good thing. But when Magnus opened the door, there was an unexpected sight. An old man was lying in the corner of the house, and everything was scattered around him as if he had been attacked. Not understanding what had happened here, Magnus immediately ran to the old man's aid. It was Bazurf, lying unconscious on the floor, and his whole body was covered with wounds. Running up to the old man and grabbing him by the shoulders, he asked Mr. Bazurf what had happened here. Magnus couldn't understand who dared to attack the Tinker, and the old man faintly said that the heroes had done it. Apparently, it was Eugen's group. Gritting his teeth, Magnus thought to himself that it was a bastard who had gotten so naked that he started attacking people. Taking a bottle, the guy told the Tinker that it was a health potion and asked him to drink it soon. It was supposed to help Bazurf. With a wheeze, the old man explained to him that he didn't take anything for free and didn't really trust people. The boy realized that this was the eccentricity mentioned in the book. Bazurf said that those men ordered him to make weapons and then robbed him. They acted like bandits, yet they still call themselves heroes. But to be honest, that's not the worst thing they did. In that case, Magnus pointed out a spear to the old man and asked him to sell it. It was a thunder trident of rank B. He would have paid Bazurf 8,000 gold pieces, but he didn't have that kind of money, and he didn't want to go back to the inn. Magnus suggested that they make an exchange in that case. It was a high-quality potion, which he would gladly exchange for a spear. Bazurf smirked and said that he understood him, agreeing to such an offer. The blacksmith thanked the man for the potion, and the lad gave his name, saying he was a mage. The old man thanked the Magnus, after which he drank the potion. The high-quality potion immediately began to take effect, and the old man was able to get to his feet in a minute. His body glowed, and Bazurf shook the goblet off the dust. The blacksmith asked the lad what had brought him here, and asked him not to tell him that a mage like him would need such a spear. Magnus laughed. He had heard of Bazurf being the best blacksmith in the neighborhood. The hero asked him to help him create a magical item. He hoped that the latter would immediately agree and they would get down to business. Magnus also mentioned that he would pay him with the same potion. The old man laughed and said that since the lad had come for it, he would give him a discount. But in that case, he would owe him as much as 2 of those potions, and that was unexpected for Magnus. Magnus realized that the old man was no slouch when he noticed his huge potbelly. Patting his belly, the old man laughed and admitted that he looked good, because he had been a womanizer before. But even if he agreed, he couldn't help him. The same guy took his favorite hammer and Magnus offered to use a new one. Bazurf explained to the hero that if you compare blacksmiths to mages, having a great hammer is as important to them as having a good magic staff is to mages. If he doesn't have a strong enough hammer made of adamantium or mithril, he won't be able to create quality items. Flipping through his book, the guy replied that if that was the case, then Eugene's efforts were wasted. Magnus read in the book about the objects and said he understood everything. Bazurf wondered what the hero was reading and asked what kind of book was it. The old man was short in stature and asked to let him look at it as well. After closing the book, Magnus said he would explain all the details later, but it seemed that they had a chance to get the Orichalcum sledgehammer. Magnus was surprised and told Arya that they were rushing very fast. They were very lucky that they were able to borrow a carpet airplane from the association, otherwise the journey would have taken a whole week. At this rate, they would reach the place in 2 hours, and it was very convenient. Guy asked Mr. Bazurf his opinion, but the old man clung to the carpet with all his might. A shiver ran through the blacksmith, but he agreed with Magnus. The head of the traders, and Arya's father, told him that a huge accumulation of rare metals had been discovered in the great mine of Megaros. Somewhere in there was an Orichalcum sledgehammer. It was a task from the ruler of the city. Bazurf said that place was swarming with dead men and doubted it would be all right. But Arya assured him that they would be fine, for they had a Magnus with them. In that case, the hero didn't care what happened, for they were bound to get that hammer. Soon the heroes reached the entrance to the great mine of Megaros. They noticed that it was too large an entrance for a mine. The old man told them that all possible resources used to be mined here, so it was no wonder the entrance was so huge. The guy suggested flying in on a rug right away, and Bazurf didn't understand how Magnus wanted to use that unreliable junk. He was still wobbly after this trip. The guy said that if it was just the 2 of them here, it would be fine, but it would be difficult for the Arya to travel all the way. The girl hugged the guy and was insanely happy that he was worried about her. The old man sullenly asked him to do what he wanted. In that case, the trio sat down on the carpet airplane again and flew at breakneck speed straight at the sword-wielding skeletons. Arya hiccuped in fear, and the hero motioned for them to start. The skeletons in armor were coming at the heroes. There were so many of them that there was no end in sight. One by one, they emerged from the depths of the cave. The blacksmith said that this was the result of human greed. Unable to leave this world, they continued to wander through the mine, causing a pitiful sight. To Bazurf, they were all idiots. But Magnus noticed that there were some dwarves among them, and the old man grudgingly said that they were just a couple of losers. Taking the staff in his hands, Magnus used a spear of mana that destroyed the skeletons in an instant. The girl excitedly grabbed the hero's hand and exclaimed that he had destroyed them all. The heroes moved further and further away, and Magnus destroyed the skeletons that came their way. Apparently, Magnus was much stronger than Bazurf had imagined. Arya pointed ahead and shouted that there were more monsters ahead. Grabbing the hero's arm, she exclaimed that she was very scared, and Magnus thought it was cute, blushing slightly with embarrassment. The disgruntled blacksmith asked Mr. Mage to keep an eye on the road. Arya clutched at the lad tighter, and Magnus sullenly agreed with the old man, using a spear of mana. But he was sure they wouldn't be able to get lost anyway thanks to this book. Magnus was able to memorize the entire map of this mine, where they could go and where it was better not to go. They came to the Megaros mine in the rare materials mining area. The heroes exclaimed that they had finally made it, and it was very spacious. Although the mine was abandoned, but there were still a bunch of useful resources here. The rumble of armor and bones could be heard from behind, and the old man noticed that those guys wouldn't let them do anything here. Skeletons with shields and swords rushed into the fray, but Magnus didn't let them get any closer and pierced them with a mana spear. Looking back at the rare materials and crystals, the guy said it was just nothing. The girl was delighted at how quickly they evaporated. Magnus used his staff and created a black hole in front of him, which turned out to be a portal. A leg suddenly appeared out of the portal. One by one, laborers began to emerge from the portal and immediately started mining for rare resources. Bazurf was extremely surprised that the hero was able to create a portal to Lakustia from here. Smiling, he told Magnus that he was indeed amazing. The laborers shouted that this was a job for them and started digging. The muscular men began crushing crystals all over the cave with ease. Magnus smiled and suggested they wait until they were done and bring them back to town. They had time to start searching for the hammer. So he was getting closer and closer to creating a magical item. Upon returning back, the merchant Malma apologized for the rush and asked the hero what he thought about marrying his daughter. Receiving the blacksmith's orichalcum hammer, the lad was surprised and decided to ask again. It was an unexpected proposal. Arya's father said that, as Magnus had already noticed, she was a very intelligent girl. They were well suited for each other, so they had every chance of living a long and happy life together. Magnus agreed with him, but it was still a bit unexpected. He immediately remembered Arya, which was also unexpected. Arya looked at her father worriedly and admitted that it was not a good idea. Magnus would be busy with the Demon King for the near future, and she understood how important this was to him. So she didn't want to be a burden to him. Holding the hammer in his hand, the guy looked at Arya with surprise. The merchant was in agreement with his daughter, because if the Demon King destroyed the world, trade would come to a halt. Arya's father apologized to him and admitted that he said it without thinking. Magnus was embarrassed and replied that it was okay. He shouldn't have apologized. Magnus thanked Arya, as he was very lucky to have met her. A week passed, after which Magnus decided to visit the blacksmith and ask if his order was ready. Bazurf said he was just in time and invited the hero in. He had spent a lot of time gathering all those relics to create this. It was his masterpiece. Magnus leaned over to the old man and smiled, noting that he had apparently done a very good job on his behalf. The old man grumbled grudgingly and said nothing. Entering Bazurf's workshop and looking at his work, the guy was delighted. In front of him stood a huge battle magic golem. Bazurf, proud of himself, said that it was his best work. Touching the golem, he replied that he had even engraved its name Gladius. The work of a blacksmith of his level was simply priceless, and the hero thanked the old man wholeheartedly. With this thing, he could get into the deepest parts of the Megaros mine. Hearing this, Bazurf was completely shocked. Sitting on a golem in the form of a huge bear, the hero noticed that it was comfortable to ride. Bazurf of course agreed, and asked who Magnus thought he was. Magnus offered to test Gladius later, and the old man offered to do whatever he wanted. Clinging to the guy's arm, he asked him to be more careful, and Magnus laughed. Speaking of the mine, they needed to destroy the boss in its depths. He was the reason why there were so many undead in the caves. But they had a difference of 6 levels, so the battle would not be easy. But Bazurf was confident that if this guy entered the battle, everything would change. The hero thought that as a test, this boss would be a good opponent. He was interested in Bazurf's opinion. Magnus suggested that he just relax, but the old man only hoped that he would survive. Upon reaching the great mine of Megaros, they headed straight into the depths of the mines. The hero didn't stop and only destroyed skeletons with his mana spear along the way. The old man hoped that the hero would change his mind after all. Magnus would have been happy to do so, but he could not miss Gladius' first fight, even at the risk of his life. Their enemy was strong this time, and he would have to concentrate fully on the battle. Magnus would have no time to defend Bazurf, after which he glared at the old man. Bazurf mentally understood him and asked him not to worry about him and to relax. Magnus smiled at the blacksmith and recognized that he was indeed unusual. So the heroes reached the very bowels of the Megaros mine. Right in front of them appeared a huge skeleton that looked like a dragon. The blacksmith didn't understand what it was, and Magnus asked him to stay behind him. Whatever happened, he asked the Azurf not to interfere. This mist is called miasmas. According to the book, low-level adventurers took damage just by touching it. Fighting in it ended in death. The monster was a bone dragon that was 34th level. It roared at the hero and then gathered to attack him. The dragon was able to summon skeletons that began to come out of the ground. Magnus ordered Gladius to protect him, and the huge bear easily dispatched the skeletons with his huge claws on his paws. Magnus decided everything was fine and going according to plan. While Gladius distracted the skeletons, he could concentrate on killing the dragon. The guy swung his staff and used a shadow skill that attacked the monster. His shadow dissipated, and Bazurf wasn't sure if dark magic would work against the undead. The hero asked him to observe silently, then attacked the bone dragon with stone magic. Bazurf noticed how the dragon's bones began to crack and break, and he realized everything. But in the midst of the battle, the bone dragon was able to easily grow a second head, which left the smith shocked. He wasn't sure if such a monster could even be defeated. But Magnus was calm and used the shadow skill with stones again. The blacksmith shouted to him that it was useless, but Magnus asked him to calm down and just watch. The dragon's bones were breaking, and each time he grew more heads. The 3 dragon heads attacked the hero with magic at once. A pillar of attacking magic caught up with Magnus. But the guy held on as best he could and used resistance. So he increased his resistance to magic, and with the help of the Guardian Angel Ring of rank A, he increased his basic defense. When the dragon finished its attack, the guy shouted that he had stood his ground and offered to start the fight. Magnus used shadow triple the size of his shadow while the dragon paused, thinking what to do. The blacksmith didn't realize what Magnus was doing, and the hero asked to watch him more closely. The shadow magic was draining the target's mana. He spent too much mana on summoning skeletons as well as regeneration. In addition, he was facing Magnus' spell's head on several times. And now he was completely out of mana. Not missing the opportunity, the hero used triple stone magic, which crushed the dragon's skull. Magnus reapplied the shadow, and the blacksmith noticed that the mist was beginning to fade. The dragon was now unable to regenerate and summon skeletons. Now it could only attack head-on. Expecting this, Magnus easily dodged his attacks. After all, he was just a stupid monster. The hero used a triple-sized stone that began to destroy the rest of the dragon's heads. Eventually, the skeleton dragon was defeated, and the guy raised his staff in honor of their victory. His holy power, agility, stamina, magic power, and fortitude were immediately raised. Reflexes and agility were also increased, and his level rose to 30th. It was a stunning victory and a lot of levels. Magnus was happy that he had finally raised his level to 30th. He decided to see what he had gotten as a result of defeating the monster. He was able to obtain the staff of a fallen dragon of rank S. This was certainly good, but there was one problem. As he fell on the bed, the guy thought about the fact that the higher the level, the harder it was to raise it over time. Levels after the 30th was already the realm of legendary heroes. The hero couldn't believe that there were no other ways to raise levels faster. The bone dragon appeared too rarely to use it to raise levels. Skeletons weren't even worth talking about. He didn't really like killing 10 million of these skeletons in order to raise one level. Killing 300 a day, it would only take 15 years. Putting the book on his face, the hero said that it was just awful. Remembering the flight, Magnus thought about going on a trip. He could do one of the side quests and get a reward for it. According to this book, the main quest is to kill the Demon King. The other quests could help in different situations and were side quests. The guy decided to look at the side quests, which asked to explore a secret cave and also to share a potion. It was also possible to assist in killing vampires. A lot of people were in danger from the Demon King, so Magnus had to do his best to help them. Also, leveling up and getting a couple treasures wasn't too bad. With these thoughts, the hero took the staff and left the house. Meanwhile, Eugen was in Narses' mansion. He was yelling at Narses so much that drool was flying out and didn't understand how he didn't need any more items for the quest. Narses calmly explained that he simply no longer needed the flowers for the quest and they were useless. While they had been poking around with this quest for a month, one good man had already been able to help him. He had brought so many flowers that he had already had time to do all the experiments and there were even more left over. Narses was a scientist. Eugen shouted that they had risked their lives for a month to get those fucking flowers. Narses knew without him that these flowers sprouted in the deepest parts of the Great Gorge, and now Eugen didn't understand why the scientist refused to pay him. Misha glanced sullenly at Eugen, who still dared to ask about it. It was precisely the two of them who had managed to forget about this assignment. If Hilda hadn't accidentally seen those flowers, they wouldn't have even remembered about them. Eugen was filled with anger and his body was trembling with excessive anger. He demanded an answer from Narses. What bastard dared to steal this quest from him? The scholar with a smile on his face replied that it was the great wizard Magnus. From what he heard, Eugen's forehead veins sprang up. He could not believe that this was the same Magnus that was trash. Narses answered Eugen that he was wrong, for Magnus was different from the common warriors. He was not only smarter, but also worked more efficiently than others. Eugen became furious. Slamming the table with all his might, he decided that the scientist was mocking him. He couldn't consider a mage better than a warrior. But as they could see, he completed this task much faster than them. Narses wondered how they would justify themselves now. Eugen was furious, demanding him to shut up. Shouting over and over, he repeated that warriors don't need excuses. Narses gave Eugen a disgruntled look and his group watched the hero restlessly. Eugen snapped, and he was still shaking with anger. Eugen took up his sword and said that the scholar dared to bully the warrior. He hoped Narses might have thought of the consequences. Misha only held her head and thought that this wasn't the first time this had happened. Ever since Magnus had left them, Eugen had been going crazy more and more often. Narses didn't realize if Eugen would really dare to attack a royal scholar whose family had served the crown for 7 generations. Perhaps he needed to report this to His Majesty and asked Eugen for his opinion. In all likelihood, this influenced Eugen's decision, which was troubling. Hilda touched Eugen and asked her warrior to cool down. She explained to Mr. Narses that it was just a misunderstanding. Eugen feared for the consequences and nervously admitted that it was a joke, asking for Mr. Narses' forgiveness. Narses smiled and said that if it was just a joke, it was all right. The scholar held back his laughter for a while, but could not and laughed out loud. Eugen was still covered in sweat from excitement and thanked Narses for understanding. Misha hoped he had learned his lesson and would be more patient now. Once outside, Eugene couldn't take away his anger at Magnus, insulting him with various words. He could not forgive him for this. Suddenly, a boy ran into Eugene and apologized to the warrior. Eugene lost his temper, thinking the boy wanted to die. He called him a freak and then kicked the boy so hard that he flew off. The boy fell to the ground with terrible force, and Misha ran to him, yelling to Eugene that he had overreacted. The boy was hurt and Misha asked Hilda to heal him. Turning around, Misha saw people around her starting to discuss it. They recognized Mr. Eugene, and that being a hero, he was beating a child, which was not normal. A man replied to another resident that his friend at the armory was always complaining about heroes stealing goods. The residents doubted that they were heroes, more like thieves. His sister told him the same thing, and every time the heroes ordered food from her tavern, they always left without paying for it. Also, an acquaintance told him that he saw Eugene beating some kid yesterday because he didn't like his face, and it was just awful. According to people, heroes should still help people, but not behave like Eugene. Whichever way you looked at it, but they thought Magnus was better than them several times over. Thanks to his potion, the resident's wife was finally able to get rid of the curse. Another girl said with tears in her eyes that her mother idolized him because he helped the village get rid of vampires. Rumor has it that he was even able to kill the bone dragon that dwells in the depths of Megaros. After hundreds of years, he was finally defeated. They also heard that the king himself admired Magnus, and so he offered to make him a nobleman, but Magnus refused. The villagers couldn't believe it. The hero said that it was because of his main mission, and that he could not belong to one country. The townspeople thought he was the opposite of Eugene. They doubted who was really the hero here. Misha was surprised by such words. After leaving the group, Magnus only tried to become stronger by helping so many people. Misha was so rude to him, but she hoped he was okay. Eugene only replied that a mage couldn't be stronger than a warrior, and Misha asked Eugene what he was up. Eugene seemed to have lost his mind and kept saying that he was better than Magnus, and was going to prove it to everyone by clenching his fist. After this incident, Eugene was finally motivated. Misha thought that was what he lacked as a warrior. Meanwhile, a man showed up at the mansion, whom Narcissus thanked for his help. He was grateful that he had done it. It was Magnus that asked for no thanks, because by helping them, he was helping a lot of people. In that case, he should be the one to thank the scholar. Narcissus asked to contact him if the hero had any problems. Magnus was doubtful and asked if he was really a scholar and not some merchant. But Narcissus thought the hero had already heard that. The heroes group set out to fight the Durbanvat, which alarmed Magnus. It was a cursed Murbanvat general living in the mountains on the border of Lacusta. He is one of the 8 generals serving the Demon King. In addition, he was a level 40. Narcissus was absolutely sure of it, because they had made a big fuss and announced to the whole city that they would defeat him. That was already 3 days ago. The boy frowned and said that Eugene was a complete idiot. Durbanvat's special ability was binding. He could immobilize 2 people at once if their level was below 32nd. Thanks to the side quests, his level was already around 32nd, but Eugene's group couldn't raise his level that much yet. Simply put, it was pure suicide. If they were already interrupted, Magnus could only pray for them. But if they were still alive, Magnus doubted whether he could save them. Remembering everything they had told him, and how they had treated him, he wondered if it was worth risking his life for the likes of them. He had planned to go there at level 34, and now he was still short. The hero wondered if he should risk it now. Clutching his hair, he thought about what an idiot he was. Magnus headed for the exit and asked Mr. Narcissus to forgive him, saying that he suddenly had urgent business to attend to. Narcissus asked not to tell him that he had decided to head after them. The boy looked at Mr. Narcissus and smiled, for he also thought it was a stupid decision. But still, he couldn't just abandon them. The scholar said he would laugh at him after he returned with his victory over the Durbanvat. He's only 35 years old, so they could talk about his exploits over a couple drinks later. The hero apologized and said that he was weak to alcohol, and the scholar couldn't have thought that such a great mage couldn't drink. Though he might have thought Magnus was joking, It was far from true. After rummaging through his regiments, Narcissus decided that the hero could use something. He pulled out a flying carpet from the pile of stuff and said it was his family's treasure. It would get him there much faster. In that case, the hero decided to borrow the thing from the scientist. Flying after the former team, Magnus thought about thanking Narcissus later. If they had gone there 3 days ago, he had to catch up with them quickly. On his way to save his former team, the hero would meet his strongest enemy. The territory of the strongest enemy was close at hand. It was the fortress of the evil cursed General Derbenvoth. The doors of the fortress opened and the hero went inside. Magnus looked around, making sure that the mansion was empty. He proceeded to the statue with wings that stood in the center of the room. The protagonist entered the fortress of a dangerous enemy without a shadow of a doubt. The book said that even the weakest creatures that lived in this fortress reached from the 10th to 13th level. Therefore, Magnus didn't think that the time he would spend here would be similar to the time he spent in the Megaros mine. That's why he had to defeat all the opponents in every corner of this fortress before entering forward. These corridors seemed very familiar to him. It felt as if he was stuck in a maze. Further on were trap after trap, and they were everywhere in every corner. It was possible that this place was not a fortress, but an exhibition of traps. In any case, even that couldn't be a problem for Magnus. Opening the book, the guy looked up how to detect a trap. He read the ways how to find the hidden items. Magnus tapped on the wall with interest and heard a strange tinkling sound. Leaning his hand against the wall, he decided that it must be here somewhere. The boy was able to find the passage, giving glory to the Derbenvoth herself. Magnus realized that this was a secret corridor, and he could save a lot of time if he went through it. But if a little thought was given to it, that password sounded too pathosy. Glory to Derbenvoth herself. Going inside the secret corridor, in front of the hero appeared Monster that was a 26th level mithril golem. Apparently he was the protector of the secret corridor, which finally managed to appear. This monster had maximum defense against magic. It was a nightmare for all mages. But Magnus was unstoppable. He ordered his golem Cladius to attack, who rushed at the enemy. Cladius and the golem collided with each other, and Cladius began to shift backwards from the force of the onslaught. Magnus used a magic item, magic armor and shield, and Cladius' holy defense increased and his level was raised. Magnus also increased the golem's agility and dexterity, and a few other parameters. The enemy hit Cladius directly in the head, but Cladius recovered quickly and then struck the golem back hard. Magnus asked him to keep it that way, keeping up the pressure. The hero couldn't just stand by and use the armor-piercing skill, Freeze. Even though the golem had magic resistance at a fairly high level, freezing magic was still able to slow its movements and rob it of maneuverability. The guy smiled. Right now, his enemy looked like an ice golem. While this slowed the golem down, Cladius decided not to waste a moment and hit the frozen enemy with all his might. The blow was so powerful that it crushed the golem, piercing it through. When the golem was defeated by his two partners, the satisfied hero ran up to Cladius. On the ground after the golem, there was mithril ore left behind. As Magnus expected from the boss, his instincts never failed him. A whole bunch of super rare items fell from it. Things like a level 3 magic backpack fell from the golem. The guy was happy, as it could store a huge amount of items. After collecting all the trophies from the boss, Magnus smiled and decided that his side quest had been completed. Climbing up the spiral staircase, the hero assumed that there were at least 5 floors. After reaching the doors, he made his way to the next room. This was the 5th floor of Derbenvoth's fortress. Walking further past the columns, the guy decided to look in his book. After reading something interesting, he was surprised. Magnus stopped at the slabs under his feet, where a skull was depicted, and from behind a corner appeared a human silhouette that held a sword. The man turned out to be Eugene, who walked right up to the hero with his partners. Magnus turned around and was happy to see them. He told Eugene that, to be honest, it was even too easy to get here. Eugene was furious and asked the hero what he was doing here. Magnus, as usual, calmly replied that he came here to defeat the evil cursed general, Derbenvoth. Misha exclaimed that then they had the same goal, and asked where his team was that he came here with. The The guy replied that he had no teammates, but Misha didn't fully understand what he meant. Magnus touched Claudius, and looking at him said that he came here alone. When he came to his senses, he also mentioned his big guy who was with him. It was Claudius that he could call his partner and teammate. He introduced his nice partner Claudius to the heroes. Eugene couldn't believe that he came here alone, and Hilda thought he was just joking. The cat girl was also not thrilled with the hero. Magnus sighed heavily, because he knew that was how they would react. In that case, he turned around and told the group that he would go his own way. Suddenly, he shouted Hilda, asking him to stop. Fighting her way through Eugene, she dared to push him away with her hand, running out in front. She pleadingly sat down on her knees before him and asked Magnus herself to join them, so that together they could fight against their enemies shoulder to shoulder. After all, Derbenvoth was the enemy of all mankind. That's why she thought they should unite to defeat him. That way they would have a better chance of victory. Hilda also hoped that the hero would return to their team, which made Eugene furious and asked her not to decide everything alone. Still sitting on her knees, the girl waited for the guy's decision and asked if he would fulfill her request. But in spite of this, the hero silently went on without thinking for a second. He answered Hilda that he refused, for it would be foolish for him to join them. Magnus decided that he had wasted too much time with their chatter, and it was time for him to go. Eugen gritted his teeth and asked him to stop, and the boy asked what else they wanted from him. Eugene called the hero a jerk and asked him to look at the spot where he was standing right now. In Eugen's opinion, Magnus didn't even realize it. On the 5th floor, this pattern appeared everywhere, in almost every place. The hero sighed sadly and admitted that he really hadn't noticed it. Eugene and his team had gotten into trouble for this kind of thing before, so he was very familiar with how things worked here. With those words, he walked over to the stove on the wall and pressed it. Misha shouted to Eugene and wanted to stop him, but not in time. Eugene decided to show the hero how they acted, and a crazy smile appeared on his face. At the same moment, a chasm formed under Magnus, leading downwards. Running up to the abyss where Magnus was falling, Eugene shouted to him to listen carefully. He believed that an ordinary wizard would never be stronger than a true hero. As Magnus fell further and further, his laughter echoed along the walls of the narrow chasm. Descending to the bottom of the trap, the boy looked up. He knew that Eugene wanted to finish him off and scrunched up his nose. The thought made him smile and made him laugh. He should have thanked him, for this was exactly where he needed to get to. It wasn't long before Claudius had pressed that switch as well. However, when one switch was activated and the trap didn't activate, he was worried. Digging between the piles of human bones and skulls, the guy found what he was looking for. It was a magical object in the form of a ball, and the hero needed it badly to defeat Derbenvoth. After that, the guy immediately jumped out of the trap in front of Claudius by using the Furin spell. His target was the very last top floor. Meanwhile, Eugene's group had already managed to reach the very top floor of the Derbenvoth fortress and made their way to the throne room. Right in front of them in the center of the hall sat the cursed General Derbenvoth himself. He asked to accept his congratulations as a sign that they, being human, had been able to make it this far. But the angry Eugene had no desire to accept praise from a rotten asshole like him. But General Derbenvoth didn't think so, for he really thought they deserved the truest praise. The general looked at the warrior and priestess that were level 22, as well as the cat fighter of level 20. And the last one was a 19th level hero. They certainly deserved praise that lowly insects like them could make it this far. Eugen was furious, realizing that Derbenvoth considered them for insignificant insects. But looking at their level and status, it was obvious to Derbenvoth. Sometimes a person was simply chosen by fate, but here was the hero Eugene, in the general's opinion possessed incredible luck. General Derbenvoth thought it was just funny, and his laughter echoed throughout the room. General Derbenvoth offered the hero to become his servant, and half of the kingdom of Lacusta would then belong only to him. Eugen opened his mouth joyfully, eager to hear if it was true. But these words were ordered to be delivered to him by the Demon Lord, but he didn't need trash like him as his subordinate. In Derbenvoth's opinion, Eugen had to die right here and now. Eugen lashed out at the general in a rage, and screamed at Durbanvat that he was a total bastard. The whole team sprang into action, and Eugen got a power boost from spells, as well as increased defense, stamina, agility, and dexterity. The entire team decided to use their attack techniques, but the general didn't even get up from his throne and used a wave against the group. With only his hand raised, a blast wave was unleashed that blinded the heroes. But Eugene shouted about finishing him off. He used the unique skill of the Hero Class Weapon Awakening. It manifests the true power hidden in weapons and armor. But no sooner had he attacked the enemy than General Durbanvat simply split the hero's sword with a single swing of his hand. The point of the sword simply flew aside and embedded itself in the ground behind Eugene. Looking at his broken sword, Eugene was in a panic and couldn't understand how this could have happened. The general laughed and asked what was wrong with it, assuming that the little hero's sword was made of low-quality material. But it was a sword of flame that was forged by the finest blacksmith of the Lacusta Kingdom. Eugene was absolutely sure of it, because it had been forged right before his eyes. The general wondered if this was the case, so he decided to find out what his name was in that case. He was referring to the name of Eugene's sword. When the best blacksmiths forged their best swords, the crowning jewels of their work, they put all their heart and soul into them, and the blacksmiths engraved their names on them. But there were no names on Eugene's sword, not a single word. Denberworth laughed at the top of his voice and shouted to Eugen that in that case, it was a second-rate sword, or even the worst sword. The same thing happened to the squad's weapons, which were instantly destroyed by Jen. Denbenworth knew very well that against someone above the 30th level, attacks that were not imbued with magic were ineffective. The general remarked that they would do well to remember that, and caught the frown of the girls. Misha thought about the fact that all their attacks did not do any damage to him, and his strength was simply unimaginable. The general didn't understand how there was still no wizard in their worthless gang. To him, it was a pity, for in this way their team was incomplete. Denberworth asked Eugene if he was listening to him, after which he punched the hero. Eugene failed to do anything and immediately flew off into the opposite wall. All the squad members were horrified when their commander plowed all the ground beneath them and hit the wall, after which he simply fell to his knees. Hilda immediately ran up to her hero and shouted that she would heal him now, but he grabbed her arm. Eugen suddenly asked Hilda to run away from here. His whole team was shocked by this decision. He shouted to the priestess that he only had her left, and they needed to get out of here right now. Dragging an uncomprehending Hilda by the hand, he decided that they needed to get as far away from this place as possible. Hilda asked the hero to wait, but he didn't listen to her. Misha was as if paralyzed and couldn't move from the shock. She thought about the fact that all this time Eugene had just been an unimaginable coward. The general who was watching this picture laughed out loud. He couldn't believe that such a guy could be called a hero, and decided that he was just being pranked. Catgirl looked at General Denbervad with horror, and Misha pitifully lowered her eyes to the floor. The general decided that in that case, he would enjoy all of them right now and pulled his huge paw-shaped leg towards the girls. On his paw were terrifying moving creatures that grew right out of his paw, transforming into carnivorous predatory plants. The general replied to the girls that after sitting so long in confinement, he was terribly tired of satisfying himself. So he asked them to be sure that he was taking full advantage of them, whereupon the plant grabbed the Catwoman and wrapped itself all over her body. The strange, pulsating, and long creatures reached for the cat, who screamed in fear and terror. The general said she could not resist his fist tentacles unless she was at least at level 32. The wet tentacles reached straight for her breasts and slid through her half-open and tight dress. The girl asked not to be licked there and squealed again. She begged him to stop biting her nipples and not to push that thing inside them. Misha watched in horror at the open abuse of her teammate. Misha shuddered when the same hand reached out to her side as well. She begged not to, but the shadow of the hand was already looming over her. Seeing this horror before her, her heart leapt out of her chest. The general reminded her how he had told her that all resistance was futile. Misha's tears came as the exact same wet throbbing and thick worm loomed right in front of her eyes. She begged her not to do it. The girl closed her eyes in fear, thinking about the fact that no one could help them at the moment. She begged for someone to help them, when suddenly the creature was distracted by something. Misha kept her eyes closed, but after nothing happened, she hesitantly opened them and saw that the creature was gone. The general could not understand what had just happened, and looked at the open door to the hall, in which stood a human silhouette. It was Magnus that had come for his purpose, and Misha was surprised to see him. Dimberworth asked the brat what he was doing here, and noticed that it was a 32nd level wizard. General Dimberworth immediately offered the wizard to become his servant, and half of Lacusta's kingdom would be all his. But coming closer to the general, the guy stood in a fighting stance, and immediately refused his offer. After all, those who chose to fight were those who possessed true courage. The battle with the strongest enemy finally came, and General Dimberworth offered the guy to become his servant, after which he would get half of the kingdom of Lacusta. But the hero immediately refused, pointing his staff at the enemy. Dimberworth couldn't contain his laughter and laughed at the top of his lungs. He assumed that the hero just wanted to die as quickly as possible. In that case, the general asked to be allowed to show him why all the people feared him so much. And after their fun, Dimberworth would like to ask Magnus a few questions. The guy thought for a moment and replied that all people in all probability feared him because he was an insufferable talker who talked utter nonsense, and asked the general if that was the case. General Dimberworth was delighted with his courage, and resolved to rise from his throne. Thus the great evil awakened. The wicked cursed General Dimberworth. The general decided to strike first, and his arm detached from him and flew straight at the hero. It was his left arm, but since the hero was already at level 32, his fist tentacles couldn't hurt him. Magnus realized that he was using his body to make physical attacks. The boy asked for Claudius, who easily straightened his arm. Magnus rejoiced and asked him to keep it that way. Once again, Claudius was letting the hero know that he could rely on him. According to the instructions from the encyclopedia, the weakness of the left hand was fire. Magnus used fire magic and dealt damage to his left hand, and a fiery pillar of fire covered the general's hand. The general's left hand and right hand were monsters that were at the 35th level. In other words, they were 3 levels higher than Magnus. But at the same time, his status was raised to the maximum. The hero decided that he would cast his weakest attribute magic with a staff of black magic. Magnus used a spell on his left hand and attacked. He was confident that he would defeat it. The hand began to be vaporized and fell to the floor, after which its health dropped to 0. Watching him fight and defeat one of the hands, Misha thought that it was simply incredible. Apparently, General Dimberworth should not have underestimated his magical attacks, and he realized that. But Magnus said that he hadn't seen the coolest thing yet, but the general didn't realize what he was talking about. The hero used his magic backpack and took out his trophy in the form of a staff. He used its magic against his left hand, which ended up being zombified by this staff and pounced on Dimberworth. This staff the hero was able to obtain from a dragon bone, which was called the Zombie Dragon Staff, and had special effects that included controlling fresh dead bodies and reanimated them as undead, but only for once. It also had a high mana point consumption, and the undead would die if not maintained. General Dimberworth grinned. He couldn't imagine that the guy could have some trump card up his sleeve. A normal wizard couldn't maintain summon life because maintaining it sucked up too many mana points. Except he could do it for a week without any problem. With those words, the dead hand went on the attack. General Dimberworth admitted that he didn't have much free time to waste on some pathetic cockroach. The hand that was holding the cat let go of it and pounced on his zombified hand. The 2 monsters had the same strength. Watching them fight, the guy decided that he should have added some more buffs to his rogue. The guy used strength, dexterity, and resilience on the zombified arm, and then those parameters were upgraded. While the hands were fighting each other, Magnus used freezing magic, which turned the right hand into a block of ice. The guy shouted that he came here prepared. He also knew that the right hand's weakness was cold magic. The ice that was holding the hand back shattered into pieces, and the 2 hands fell dead to the ground. After they were defeated, Magnus used zombification magic on the 2 hands at once. In that case, the guy asked Dimberworth to fight him for real, after which the 2 hands flew straight at the general. The general stopped the hands flying at him and shouted that it was simply impossible, because Magnus was a simple man. While Denbervoth was attacking the hands, the guy said that his weakness was lightning, then increased his strength, attacker mode. Also, his chances of winning were increased. The guy cast a spell, summoning lightning with it. Magnus used a heavy modified thunder element that struck the general, covering his entire body. Denberworth was simply enraged and used his claws to cut through the enemy's magic. Magnus was clear on this, and the evil cursed general was not a simple nickname for him. Denbervoth attacked Magnus and asked him not to dare underestimate him. He wanted to call Magnus a simple man, but still decided he was a great wizard. Misha thought this was just unbelievable since they were both so strong. Their battle was like a battle between two gods. Denberwater's health finally reached 0, but the general laughed and told the guy that it was useless. He thought the guy was just wasting his energy and also his time, calling Magnus a great wizard. The girls were horrified and did not understand how he was still alive, because his health was at 0. They thought he was immortal. The general called people stupid because he was very different from them. So he cut the heart out of his chest and hid it in one place, and as long as his heart was beating, he would also remain alive. Magnus remembered something and smiled. He admitted that he was aware of it, but the general didn't understand what he meant. The guy looked for one thing in his backpack. After finding it, Magnus pulled out the same ball-shaped magical object he found when he went underground. The general couldn't understand how this could have happened, showing the orb to Denberworth. Magnus assumed it was his heart, which shocked Denberworth. The general pulled back and asked the guy to stop. He begged him not to destroy it, but Magnus shouted that he refused, then swung to throw it. In an instant, the ball shattered to pieces on the floor, and General Denberworth let out a terrifying loud scream. Magnus looked at the general in surprise, after which he turned to the girls. Misha and the cat pounced on the hero with hugs and shouted that he was awesome. The cat confessed that he saved not only their lives, but her virginity as well. They shouted that he was the strongest, and he was the one who could single-handedly defeat such an enemy. Magnus turned silently to the general that lay behind him. General Denberworth spoke out of his last strength that he was not going to die in such a way. But the hero headed for the exit, saying that he was just as aware of it. Still, one wondered what Denberworth's last words meant, and perhaps they were to fight again. After the battle, the heroes headed towards the exit of the general's fortress. After defeating one of the 8 commanders of the Demon Lord's army, the heroes returned to the kingdom of Lykusta. Magnus arrived at Narsa's mansion, where the scholar was surprised to see that Magnus was tired. A sluggish and tired mage Magnus was such a rare sight. But Magnus only took his head in his hands, for Narses himself could see everything perfectly well. As soon as the hero appeared in the city, he was immediately showered with a hail of thanks. In a few days, there was to be a solemn ceremony, and now he was drunk. Pointing to the glass in his hand, Narses laughed at him. The scholar also wanted to tell him that after killing that general, the monsters throughout Lykusta had weakened a lot. People's lives had changed drastically since then, which was why they were so grateful to Magnus. However, he couldn't appear on the streets of the city so calmly. It was a real problem for him. The scholar Narses could understand him. A few days later, there was a triumphant return of the mage in the castle of Lykusta Kingdom. The people threw a banquet right out in the open in honor of it. Arya helped the hero to hide from a lot of people, and the guy thanked the girl for saving him. But Arya replied that she was the daughter of a merchant after all, and asked him to leave it to her. Earlier, the nobles expressed their gratitude on behalf of all the people of Lykusta, for defeating Derbenwant was truly incredible. The girl bowed to them, and said it was a great honor to hear such a thing from their lips. Magnus didn't know much about it at all, and was confused. Magnus recognized that she was cool, but the girl said that compared to his feats, it was nothing. She took Magnus by the arm and pulled him to her, whispering in his ear to make him more confident. They smiled at each other and then decided to go out in public. Arya noticed that the hero was looking pale. She suggested him to lie on her lap as pillows. Magnus had already used a mana potion. After drinking the potion, the guy wiped his mouth and said he was fine, except that Arya's dress was stained. Although, he thought it looked better that way. Arya agreed with him since he said so. While they were talking, he was accosted by Misha, who was apparently looking for him and headed over to Magnus. The girl was also dressed in a gorgeous dress and told the hero that she was looking for him. Arya immediately stood right in front of Magnus and apologized, telling Misha that the hero wasn't feeling well and offering to talk to him later. It was as if Misha didn't hear her request and only asked to walk closer. Sparks ignited between the two girls and Magnus felt it perfectly. Misha grimly decided to ask Arya who she was. Arya introduced herself as the daughter of the head of Malm's company and asked a counter question. Misha proudly but grudgingly replied that for the girl's information, she was Magnus' teammate. Arya looked enthusiastically at Misha and said that she was the one who thought Magnus was a weakling. Misha blushed and shouted that she thought otherwise now. Arya also yelled at her that if she had changed her mind, she had nothing to apologize for, chasing Misha away. Misha lowered her gaze and guiltily admitted that when Magnus left the group, she felt empty inside of her. Plus, their group had gone completely to shit. She knew that they had caused the hero a lot of trouble and apologized. She felt very sorry for that time. Arya told Magnus that he shouldn't have listened to her at all, and Misha grabbed the hero's arm the same way and asked her, what did she care? The girls started tearing Magnus apart, and Arya yelled that she was his girlfriend, which Misha didn't believe. Unable to stand it all, the hero yelled that he understood and forgives her. Arya in tears told Magnus that he was too kind. The girl puffed up her cheeks with jealousy, but the guy asked her to listen and admitted that it wasn't Misha's fault and that it was all Eugene's fault. The best thing to do was to stay away from people like that and people like him. And it took Magnus a while to realize that, so he shouldn't have blamed Misha for all of this. Arya was still blushing with jealousy, but she blurted out that she understood everything. All she realized was that he had such a bad temper, but she had to agree. Unable to bear her anger any longer, Arya tapped her foot on the ground and finally agreed. She asked Magnus to tell her if he needed anything, and she would handle it. She didn't care how far away she was, but she would always follow him. These words touched the hero and a blush appeared on his cheeks. Arya was the daughter of Lacusta's biggest company after all, and it was convenient for her. Magnus smiled and thanked Arya warmly. From being surrounded by such people, in his opinion, he was already rewarded. Magnus looked at Misha and said he forgave her, thinking that was the end of the conversation. Misha looked at her hands restlessly. But when she came to her senses, she clenched them into fists and thanked Magnus for everything. While the girls and the hero were sorting things out among themselves, the king of Lacusta himself came up to them. He was happy to see the hero Magnus had been to that very scorcher. The celebration could not begin without their guest of honor, and the king asked Magnus to follow him. As soon as the king approached the hero, there was a shout that asked the king to step away from Magnus. It was the captain of the Knights of the Guard, Tenzin, who also had Eugen and Hilda with him, that looked at the hero with an evil grin. Captain Tenzin asked His Majesty to be more careful with Magnus, calling him the very same Derbenwant. Magnus frowned at the captain and Eugene and Hilda, not understanding what they were up to this time. Eugen noticed that Magnus turned white, thinking that he was starting to lose his identity. But Magnus just picked up a bottle of mana, and after drinking it, he admitted that he was just tired. Magnus told His Majesty that he was the same Eugen who had foolishly challenged Derbenwant and then cowardly fled, leaving his teammates behind. Magnus wondered what Eugen would say to that, but Eugen disagreed with him. He was a hero who would never run away from the battlefield. Eugen started hitting the castle pillar in a rage, saying that the real Magnus would never say such a thing about him. He insisted that the guy was a Derbenwant. The hero only laughed at him, noting that Eugen was very bad at lying. But it was not he who bothered him more, but Captain Tenzin. People's trust in him was on a whole other level, and he believed in Eugene's words. He didn't doubt one bit that the mage Magnus was hiding Derbenwanta within him. The king offered to use the captain's identity identification skills if he had any doubts about it. After looking at the calm Magnus, the king offered to examine him as well, after which he used the evaluation skill himself. Not believing his eyes, he exclaimed that the guy was level 36. The king also noticed Magnus had 271 points of magic power. While the king and everyone else was in shock, the hero revealed that he had managed to increase his level with the help of Durbin-Want, because the general was level 40. Moreover, he concentrated on raising his status. Seeing the magic power magic number, he could understand their shock. The captain shouted that everyone was already convinced of it. This was his proof, for no person present would ever be able to reach such a level and status. With his words, the people around him began to fear Magnus, and gingerly looked in his direction. It became clear to Magnus what Eugen had bet on. Some great men reached the 30th level or higher, and so it was said in his book, which naturally only Magnus knew about. Even if the king with his assessment could see that he was actually a human, probably because the court mage had settled on the 17th level, it was hard for him to accept the fact that a human was able to reach such heights. Misha decided to stand up for the hero and ask them to wait. She stated that she herself had seen everything with her own eyes, as Magnus slew Durbin-Want and Eugen ran away from there in fear. Misha pointed her finger furiously at Eugen, calling him a liar. The captain smirked and told Eugene that that's exactly what his own associates thought of him. Eugen replied that she was just a foolish woman for falling under Durbin-Want's influence, and asked him not to give her words any weight. Hilda confirmed the words of her hero, because choosing between the words of the hero and some wench, they all knew who was really worth trusting. According to Eugene, it was tantamount to doubting their great deity Taggin. Misha looked confusedly at the people who were staring at her angrily. The people began to shuffle amongst themselves and Misha was covered in cold sweat. She was surprised when Magnus stood in front of her. The guy asked them to stop because it was getting too noisy. He didn't understand why they were playing games, because it would be easier for Durbin-Want to nail the hero on the spot. That's exactly what Magnus thought. Captain Tenzin approached His Majesty, suggesting that he order him to bind the demon here and now. He felt that there had been enough of this circus. Magnus figured they still didn't understand anything. Magnus jabbed his finger at Tenzin and said that the demon here was just him. Durbin-Want wasn't stupid enough to just die like that. First, he had to find a selfish man from among the influential people of the nation and win him over to his side. Tenzin of Lacusta was perfect for this. And so, at the moment of death, Durbin-Want transferred his soul into him, thus turning this man into a powerful demon. Magnus shouted to General Tenzin that he had sold his soul to the devil. Captain Tenzin was beyond angry and didn't understand how a hero could slander him. The guy covered his face with the palm of his hand, thinking that this was a real circus. He decided to see who was the real liar. The guy offered to find out in one punch, enveloping himself in lightning magic for the punch. Magnus attacked Captain Tenzin with a thunderbolt, knocking him backwards and saying he didn't want to die. Tenzin didn't even move, even though he was burned from head to toe by the lightning. He only laughed and admitted that it cheered him up, saying that the hero was fearless. General Tenzin turned into a huge slimy creature and said it was delicious. And so begins their fierce battle. The obsession with the great evil manifested, and now Tenzin was equal to Durbin-Want that he was of the 40th level. The monster used instant shock on the hero, which alerted Magnus. This shock looked quite strong, so much so that the hero was thrown backwards. People shrieked that it was a demon and were very frightened. Magnus silently got to his feet, recovering from the blow. A worried Aria ran up to Magnus, and he asked if she was all right. Aria replied that she was fine, and noticed that Magnus was too. In that case, she decided to step back and stay out of his way, and it was a good decision. It was exactly what the hero expected from his partner. Magnus had already realized that all of the general's power was inherited by Tenzin. In that case, he decided to finally get rid of him and celebrate with a drink. The king was shocked by Captain Tenzin. The king realized that the hero was right and apologized to Magnus for his suspicions. But Magnus didn't see it as a big deal. On the contrary, he was grateful that he didn't order his arrest then. Misha wanted to help the hero, and the guy asked her to take the king to a safe place. Misha didn't understand how he was going to fight alone against the enemy, but the hero replied that she didn't even have her weapons with her. To stay out of trouble, Magnus asked Misha to keep her eyes open and not let her guard down. Misha understood and grabbed His Majesty. Lifting the surprised king in her arms, The girl said that from now on he was under her protection. She asked Magnus to concentrate on the battle and then left. Magnus looked at the monster and smiled, deciding that now it was safe to do the rest. Magnus wondered what the hell Eugen was up to, standing in front of the hero with a naked sword pointed at Magnus. The smug Eugen held the hardened flaming sword in his hands, deciding that the hero didn't understand anything. That was acceptable, but Tenzin was a monster that needed to be destroyed no matter how Eugen looked at it. Eugen shouted at the guy that of course he wanted to defeat him, calling the hero a fool. Then he was going to take over the king and the kingdom, because he was promised half of Lacusta. He decided that Magnus was just jealous of him, and that he would have everything, including power, money, and women. The guy grabbed his head. He of course knew Eugen was stupid, but not that stupid. Eugen asked Magnus what he was carrying and prepared to attack. He decided to teach the guy some manners, and came at the hero with a sword. Magnus admitted that he never liked his smug attitude in the past, and prepared his staff. Eugen wanted to wound Magnus, but only received a blow from the hero in the face with the staff. Eugen clutched his cheek, not understanding how this could be. After all, Magnus was just an ordinary mage, and mages were not supposed to be strong in close combat. Magnus was indeed only a mage, but his level was 36th. Even though Eugen was a hero, but his level was below the 20th, so he wouldn't even be able to scratch Magnus. The guy looked at the failed hero and asked if he was okay, because he looked wrinkled. An enraged Eugen grabbed his sword and went on the attack. He shouted for Magnus not to get cocky, and that a mage couldn't be better than a hero. Pointing his blades of blows at him, Eugen wanted Magnus to know this. Eugen shouted over and over again for Magnus to finally die. At one point, he simply threw himself at Magnus in a frontal attack. Hilda was still supporting Eugen and putting reinforcement buffs on him. The hero didn't understand why she was doing this. After all, Eugen was a human who had sold his soul to a demon. But Hilda didn't remember saying that to Magnus. She decided to tell him that gods will lay beyond human thought. The same could be said of Tegon Sama, the angel of God that had chosen this man to be a hero. The hero remained a hero to her, and there was no doubt that even this seemingly foolish act had the will of Tegon Sama. Hilda could only support and serve her, and the guy decided that she was just a crazy fanatic. Taking one look at the couple, Magnus realized how much they pissed him off. He couldn't fight Tenzin Durbanvant while these two would annoy him. While Magnus was thinking it over, Arya, who was behind him, called out to him. Arya assumed that the captain of the Knight's Guard was the demon's accomplice, but the hero asked her to be quiet, because only he knew about it. Durbanvant couldn't die so easily, and he would probably show up at the banquet. Arya realized that it was dangerous and offered to warn everyone, but the hero replied that it was not worth it. He wanted to make the necessary arrangements himself. At the same time, the guy decided to test his own abilities. In that case, Arya asked him to let her know if she could help him in any way. Magnus ogled her. The girl tore off the coverlet where Claudius was hiding. A huge bear stood on its hind legs right in front of Eugen, blocking his path. Magnus decided that now he could finally get to work on Durbanvant. Magnus ran up to his opponent and used instant thunder shock on him. Drinking another bottle of mana, the hero realized that his mana consumption was enormous. But recovering it was no problem. The problem was health. If this turned into a protracted battle, he would naturally be at a disadvantage. The hero realized that he had to be taken out as soon as possible. Hilda's voice asked to stop resisting Magnus' scent. The priestess held Arya like a prisoner and asked if Magnus wished to keep her alive by squeezing the girl's throat. Magnus didn't understand why she would go so far, but Hilda said she could do it, for her path was ordained by God. Suddenly Misha ran up to Hilda that appeared as if from nowhere and demanded to take her hands off Arya. Misha wanted to call the girl a profanity as she was surrounded by dead people. Hilda thought about it for a long time. She decided that Misha really was an idiot, but the girl, fighting off the dead, asked the demon to shut up. Hilda thought that was just fine, because she didn't like her very much from the beginning. She kept glancing at her character, which Misha was shocked by. She didn't understand how anyone could look at someone like Eugen, and Hilda laughed. This situation made Eugen all fired up and ordered Magnus not to move, because if he just dared to move, Arya would immediately die. Eugen rushed to attack, using the hero's skill of weapon awakening. Eugen pounced furiously on Claudius, ordering the bear to get out of his way. Earlier, while in Bazif's workshop, the hero asked the blacksmith if he could fix Claudius 5 days before the banquet. Bazirf wondered how much the lad was willing to pay him, and Magnus agreed to whatever price the blacksmith would name him. After touching the bear, Bazirf promised to make it as fast as he could. He also remarked that Claudius had apparently accompanied him for a long time. Magnus replied that Claudius had fought with him, so his level had gone up as well. Remembering all the fights with Claudius, Magnus said that the bear had been a reliable buddy to him. Claudius was destroyed right in front of Magnus' eyes, and Arya shouted at the guy not to worry about her and to keep fighting. Misha was furious, and asked Hilda and Eugene why they had gotten this far. Magnus was a mage after all, and the founder of the academy, Lester, once had words for those who would follow his path. They were not to be angry, for anger caused a mage to lose his composure. Above all, anger was a sign of their immaturity and asked them to remember this. It was by this rule that Magnus lived his entire life. With these thoughts, the hero clutched his staff tighter. Therefore, no matter how Eugen and the others treated him, he never got angry and did nothing in return. But there was an end to all this. Magnus now realized for sure that he was still immature. Eugen decided to interrogate the hero. Did he wish that Arya had died? In Eugen's opinion, Magnus was already wishing himself dead, which only made him more cheerful. Magnus took one blow to knock the sword out of Eugene's hands and hit him on the head, causing Eugene to fall to the ground. Everyone was in shock, not realizing what had just happened. Eugen ordered Hilda to kill the girl now, because that way Magnus was going to regret it very much. Eugen still thought Magnus was a jerk, but the hero called them real fools and promised that only they would be sorry here. With those words, the other blankets started to grow, and something big stirred from underneath them. Magnus ordered to rise, and everyone was shocked after seeing what kind of ace Magnus had prepared. It was Magnus's secret weapon, General Denberworth himself. All the people, including Eugene, froze in place with fear. Denberworth was the terrible undead that the hero had summoned with his bone dragon staff, and now the great evil had awakened again. Eugene couldn't understand what was going on here. He just couldn't believe his eyes. Magnus smiled and asked him what was wrong. Misha looked at the huge General Denberworth in horror and did not understand how this could be, because she saw his defeat with her own eyes. Arya explained that this was Magnus' final weapon, but Misha didn't understand any of it. Arya explained to her that right after Derbenwant's death, Magnus used his Staff of the Fallen Dragon to turn him undead and subjugate him. Misha was just horrified and couldn't imagine it. All these 5 days Magnus had been holding this undead, but it required an incredible amount of mana. Misha could not believe that a human could even be capable of such a thing. That's why the hero constantly drank a mana potion, all the while it took all his strength to maintain the undead. Misha smiled as she looked at Arya and thought that apparently Magnus trusted her and she didn't stand a chance against her. Hilda grabbed Arya's arm and ordered her to stand still. Magnus shouted at the priestess to get her filthy hands off Arya, whereupon General Derbenvoth swung at Hilda. Before Hilda could even turn around, she immediately fell to the ground unconscious from the undead's heavy blow. Magnus realized that she had only fainted and was just lucky. He figured she shouldn't have been watching what was about to happen anyway. Eugen stood in shock and couldn't move, silently staring at the hulking thing. At some point he screamed, pointing his finger at the undead. He asked what the hell Derbenvoth was doing here, and why Magnus could control it. The guy sarcastically reminded him that Eugen had called him Derbenvoth, which meant he was ready to fight him in that case. Eugen ordered him to shut up, because he wouldn't believe it anyway. Eugene looked at Tenzin, who had turned into a monster. He thought that Captain Tenzin had lied to him. The monster did not answer him, and Magnus clenched the staff tighter in his hand, saying that Eugen would pay for his stupidity and die. General Denbervoth pounced on Eugen, which froze him in place and opened his mouth in horror. Eugen clutched his head, recognizing that he was behaving terribly, and yet he asked Magnus to stop. After all, they had once been companions and traveled together. It was as if Magnus could not recall that they had once been on the same team. Looking at the unconscious Hilda and the hulking undead, Eugen wailed that he would never mess with a hero again in his life and swore it. He screamed to be forgiven, but Magnus wouldn't care if only he was hurt. But he didn't understand what Eugen was thinking when he destroyed Claudius or put Aria's life at risk. He just couldn't do what he wanted to do. The hero was furious. Eugen's legs were shaking with trembling, but he kept telling Magnus that he was still a hero destined to save the world. He was sure that if Magnus killed him, the world would be doomed, and the guy would take all that responsibility. Magnus doubted that Eugen could take that responsibility as a hero, but Eugen thought otherwise. Magnus was going to do so in the future anyway, whereupon General Denberworth stabbed Eugen's body with his hand blade. From this sight, everyone was horrified, and Aria, unable to watch this, covered her eyes with her hands. Monster Tenzin that watched all this recognized that Magnus is really the type of person who should not be angry. But Magnus had a hard time believing it, because he couldn't remember the last time he was angry at all. The guy used a momentary shock of thunder that rushed towards the monster. But that wasn't all, and Magnus swung his staff forward and ordered Derbenvoth to attack the enemy. The undead impaled the monster, and Magnus shouted to him that he was just as likely to get what he deserved. But the monster Tenzin didn't want to give up so easily and punched the general in the face. The two enemies jumped aside, and Magnus decided it was time for them to call it a day. Magnus used magic to increase his attack, increase his punching power, and increase his critical strike, in addition to summoning thunder. Magnus smiled and looked at his left hand. He did a thunder hold on his own hand. From Denberworth, the ring of a general of magic fist ring of rank 3Es fell out to him. With it, he could store magic in his hand. Magnus used heavy tuning magic while summoning a whirlwind of fire at the same time. He also held fire magic in his right hand as well. After the two elements were summoned, Magnus grabbed his hands, and thus created a pillar of fire with lightning. Magnus' incredible power created the appearance of a fire-threatening dragon. Misha was shocked to see the forces of thunder and fire united before her eyes. In front of him was a true noble dragon, as if from the legends. Magnus pointed the dragon towards the monster. The combined magic of the explosive flash struck the enemy, paralyzing Captain Tenzin. The power was so devastating that everyone nearby covered their eyes from the force of the impact and the flash of light. After it was over, a large crater appeared where the monster had been, and Magnus breathed out a sigh of relief. As he approached the edge of the crater, he agreed with Tenzin's words. He was the kind of man who shouldn't be pissed off after all. Suddenly, he heard Aria's voice from behind, who immediately ran up to the hero. The girl was insanely happy that Magnus was in one piece and hugged him. It was an absolute victory, from which all people were delighted. It was a resounding hero's victory. Magnus was ushered into the audience hall at Lacusta Castle and walked down the red carpet straight to the king's throne. The king was happy to shake hands with Magnus Dono for being their hero. The guy asked not to squeeze his hand so hard and smiled. Everyone was shocked that the king himself thanked him like that. As the king of Lacusta, he gave the guy the title of Demon Slayer. From that moment on, the king proclaimed Magnus as the hero of their kingdom, and he ended up receiving a well-deserved reward. From now on, their country will respond to any request that Magnus Dono may need to defeat the Demon King. All the people raised their hands in the air and welcomed the great magician. They wished the Demon King's assassin Magnus good luck on his journey. The deity Tagon had previously chosen Eugen as the hero to battle the Demon King. On the other hand, thanks to the Lacusta King, Magnus' authority could be compared to that of a hero. Magnus didn't think that there was something like that in this world that could be even prouder. In honor of this, the boy raised his staff upwards and people shouted even louder to him. Misha and Magnus were not far from Lacusta's castle to talk. Magnus asked the girl if she was going to go back to her village, and Misha agreed. She thought she could clear her father's name by killing the Demon King along with the hero. From now on, she wanted to become more down to earth and continue defeating monsters for the sake of everyone else. The guy listened to her and smiled. Misha wondered what would happen to Eugene and Hilda, who simply could run away. Eugen never ceased to amaze Misha, for he was still alive despite everything. That's how strong the heroes were. Squeezing his hand tighter, Magnus agreed with her that this guy was proving to be special. Eugene had the hidden skill of a hero of the end of heaven. The hero couldn't die as long as the Demon King would stay alive. Even if it continued to cause him insane pain, he would still have 1 health point. Meanwhile, walking through the streets with Hilda, Eugene couldn't understand how he, a hero, could be sent into exile. It was just ridiculous. But Hilda thought they were lucky to escape the death penalty and suggested that Eugen leave the kingdom. Eugen was furious when he realized their cat wasn't with them and assumed it had escaped. Hilda replied to him that she was in prison. She was the perpetrator of various crimes, and Eugen went into a mere rage, smashing everything in front of her. Hilda grabbed Eugen's hands and promised to always be at his side because he was her hero. Eugene agreed and said that they would always be together with Hilda. Suddenly, they were interrupted by a voice that called out to them. It was the father of the boy who was hurt after Eugen kicked him. The people were furious, thinking Eugene was a villain who had sold his soul to a demon. Even if he was a hero, that didn't give him the right to act like that. People thought there was no place for him here and asked him to leave this place. Eugene gritted his teeth and reached for his sword, which Hilda noticed. Hilda grabbed Eugen and asked him not to make a fuss, otherwise Magnus himself might come again. Eugen cursed, holding back all his anger as best he could. He clenched his fist, then ran away from the people. He asked Hilda to follow him, suggesting that he go to another kingdom where everyone would worship him. He is a hero after all, and decided he'd had enough. Meanwhile, Misha and Magnus were still talking. Misha wondered if their sins would be publicized to the world, and she felt just as guilty because she had lost her way. Lifting the stone from the ground, the hero told Misha that the most important thing was that she had not crossed the line, and everyone can make mistakes. Stones will be thrown at Eugene wherever he goes. Magnus admitted that in that case, he'd rather die than endure it. But with Misha, it was different. After throwing the stone in the field, the hero suggested that Misha simply let go of his past sins. Misha asked the hero where he was going next, and the guy said he was going to Aravana. Arowana or Desert Empire, for here he had already gotten everything he needed, including the jewel of the heavenly realm red and blue. It fell to him from the Tenzin Durbanvanta, an official certificate of the Kingdom of Lacusta that could be shown and receive all kinds of amenities in Lacusta and beyond. Misha understood him, and they ended up saying goodbye. With bumping fists, Misha wished good luck to the hero, and Magnus reciprocated, then headed back to the city. The boy apologized to the blacksmith in Bazerf's workshop. He justified himself to the old man, but the blacksmith said that it was enough, because Gladius had protected him. In Bazerf's opinion, it was meant to be his shield, to protect him until he collapsed. The smith thanked the hero. By the way, Bazerf mentioned the fact that Magnus was now a great mage. He assumed that Gladius had helped him in this, and the boy silently lowered his eyes. Thinking back to his partner, Magnus admitted that it wouldn't have worked without him. It took at least another year to beat Durbanvat. The blacksmith smiled and agreed with the hero. In that case, Bazerf said that this fellow would help him, and would also become a shield for him until he crumbled into dust. With these words, the old man pulled down a large curtain. It was a battle golem that was forged from the soul of 2 fists and high-quality mithril. The old man called it Gladius MK2. The soul of 2 fists was a synthetic item that fell out of the main part of Durbanvat. Magnus was happy that he and Gladius, his partner, had met again. By the way, Bazerf looked gloomily at the flying cloth, which was in his opinion unreliable, and asked if the hero was using it. Magnus didn't understand him at first, but then it came to him that the blacksmith was talking about Narase. The old man didn't understand who had given him such a stupid name. Magnus explained that this carpet was given to him by Narase Dono, who had asked him to name it so. When he gave the item to the hero, he asked him to name it Narase, and if he defeated the Demon King and became a legend, his name would be recorded in history as a vehicle. It was indeed the height of vanity, but to him it was the greatest reward of all. Magnus told the blacksmith how everything was, but Bazerf in that case couldn't understand this strange type. After meeting with the blacksmith, Magnus went to the central fountain of the city, obviously expecting someone. Arya was surprised to see the hero here and decided to ask him what he was doing here so early, since they had agreed to meet at lunchtime. Magnus remembered their first date, for she had told him that she had been waiting for him since morning. That was true, but in Arya's opinion, he shouldn't have come so early for that anyway. But today, she was also here, and the guy and girl smiled warmly at each other. Arya sat down next to him and admitted that she felt what Magnus-san might have expected her to feel here. The guy admitted that she had good intuition, but Arya said it wasn't intuition. To her, it was called heart-to-heart communication. The boy thought to himself that love was indeed a good thing. Arya thought that he was bored waiting, and the guy admitted that this was partly true. However, he didn't think that time would be too bad. It made him realize that he was living too fast. He needed to relax a little every now and then, and Arya understood him perfectly. She thought the same thing when she waited for him on the first date. After all, every day she was busy with her daily work, being the daughter of a merchant. That's how forgetting the usual dizzying work and just relaxing was a wonderful time. The guy admitted that it was a real luxury, and Arya fully supported him. Magnus got down on his knee in front of the girl and said that tomorrow he was leaving for Eravana, but Arya had to know that she would have a gateway and he would return regularly. He promised Arya that he would definitely visit her. The girl asked if she could count on their meeting at least once a month, but Magnus admitted that it was impossible. Arya could barely hold back her tears and tried not to cry. She understood everything perfectly well, and there was nothing she could do about it. Nevertheless, she promised that she would wait for him, but Magnus thought that she had misunderstood everything. He confessed to the girl that he couldn't stand the fact that they would only see her once a month, so he would come back every 10 days or even every week if he could. Arya was shocked by this and couldn't stand it and cried, hiding her face with her palms. She told Magnus that she loved him, and Magnus returned the favor. Arya suggested that they spend today as cool as they could, and Magnus agreed that today they could afford it. Though at this early hour, everything was still closed. But Arya thought there were some things they could do at this time of day as well. The girl reached for the guy and they kissed. Somewhere in the Aravan Empire, there was a commotion in the night. A voice shouted that Yugoku Juden had escaped. Apparently, this was not the first time this had happened, and the soldiers cursed the thief for daring to do it again. They really wished they had people like Magnus. But some still didn't know who he was. The soldier told his friend that he was the mage who defeated Derbenwant and saved the kingdom of Lacusta. The general was one of the 8 lords, which was hard to believe. But Magnus had been talked about a lot lately. A voice behind ordered the soldiers not to talk, for they had plenty of work to do and it was time to move out. Looking out the window at the starry night sky, the girl said Magnus' name. Thinking of the hero, she smiled and wanted to get to know this guy better. Thus began the hero's new journey that he came to the kingdom of Arawana to the audience hall. He decided to repeat again, and said he needed permission to visit the ancient ruins. Magnus spoke to the desert king of the kingdom of Aravan himself, who refused the hero for the 5th time. He told him that he didn't sign up for such a thing, but Magnus even had a letter from the kingdom of Lacusta asking for his cooperation. Taking it out, the hero showed the letter to the king. But to the desert king, their kingdom of Lacusta was just a small country with a short history. The king shouted that he was the desert king of the Aravan kingdom here, and his word is law here. His words didn't please the boy who looked at the king gloomily. The king ordered to serve him, because this way the hero will be able to fight for him and die for him. He thought this option is just fine. But apparently, and in Magnus' opinion, the king had some strange ideas about beautiful things. The king wanted him to deal with the Doomsday Gang, for they were attacking his dear vassals and merchants, and then brutalizing them. By the power given to him by God, he ordered Magnus to deal with them. The boy calmly put the letter away and refused the king's order, which shocked the king. The king was shaken with anger and ordered Magnus to be seized, calling him a wicked man. But hundreds of years ago, this kingdom was prosperous and almost the largest, but now it is even smaller than Lacusta. Now Magnus could understand the reason for the kingdom's decline and the bandits' invasion. It was all thanks to the Odd King. While the hero was sitting behind bars, a girl approached him, making sure that Magnus was already awake. She hoped they hadn't disturbed him. Magnus smiled at the sight of the two people, for he kept wondering who was coming to see him. It turned out to be Crown Prince Heidel and second Crown Princess Farah. The princess was surprised that the hero was familiar with them, and the hero told her that their honorable names were known even in a kingdom as far away as Lacusta. But actually, the guy lied and read it in his book without mentioning it. Magnus wondered what these men wanted from him, and the two bowed before the hero. Their father had treated Magnus very rudely in their opinion, and they wanted the guy to accept their deepest apologies. Magnus wondered how they were not ashamed to deal with a simple wizard like him. But Prince Heidel revealed that they had received a letter from King Lacusta. Opening the bars, the prince called him the murderer of the Demon King, Magnus the Dono. They had no reason to disrespect him. Grasping the bars, the prince gritted his teeth in regret and admitted that such an unjust imprisonment could not be forgiven. By apology, they meant reasonable compensation, which was presented before the hero. Prince Heidel unwrapped a roll and showed it to the hero. It was the agreement to visit the ancient ruins he wanted. However, as a first-class permit, normally only the king could grant such a special level permit. Princess Farah repeatedly asked for forgiveness. Magnus accepted the authorization and said that there was nothing wrong with it. 99% of the ruins in Erevan could be searched with a first-class permit as well. The princess smiled when she noticed that the hero was very knowledgeable about it. They hoped that Magnus would forgive them for this after all. But the guy didn't see it as their fault, and thanked them sincerely for their help. Magnus also asked them to count on his support if things went wrong. Prince Heidel was so happy about this that he admitted that he would like to kill the guards, but no sooner had he named which ones than he was interrupted by the princess and told his brother that it was rude. Magnus Dono was on a journey to save the world, and they were not to distract him with their internal affairs. Prince Heidel was slightly embarrassed and agreed with the princess. He felt sorry for this, whereupon he apologized to Magnus and bowed to him. He apologized and invited Magnus to explore the ruins for as long as he needed. In case of any inconvenience, the princess asked the hero to rely on them. After shaking Magnus' hand, the prince admitted that they were not as overbearing as the king, but were still willing to help in any way they could. The lad replied to the prince and princess that there would be no problem with that, and he himself could be compared to an entire army. The guy smiled and thought that he would come here next time to finally get those very items. Magnus traveled to Lacusta, where they met Arya at an outdoor cafe. Thus, according to Magnus, he decided to explore the ancient ruins. Arya understood everything when Magnus told her his story in Erevan. Erevan had a large number of ancient ruins and a bunch of unexplored territories. The magic item he was looking for must surely have been there. According to literary sources, it used to be a prosperous kingdom, the most powerful magical kingdom on Earth. But now most of Eravana is now a desert, as Arya had already guessed, also with strong storms. It was the failure of a great magical ritual 500 years ago. The mana released caused enormous damage, and overnight turned a once prosperous kingdom into a wasteland. The cluster of cities buried in the sand at that time was called the Ancient Ruins. Simply put, the current kingdom of Eravana is just a bunch of guys who stayed on top of the old magical kingdom of Eravana buried in the sand. They invaded the surrounding countries with the magic items they obtained. The entire surface of the ruins had already been looted, and only the deepest part remained, which was not easy to reach. Having lost the advantages of the old Erevan kingdom, their conquered territories were taken back. Their borders narrowed more and more. And so 500 years later, they were just a small kingdom in the middle of the desert. Arya listened attentively to Magnus and ate her ice cream in surprise. It seemed to her that Magnus knew about everything in this world. Magicians were really like scientists, according to the hero, and they had the same inquisitive mind. Arya also wanted to study the state of world affairs for further trade relations. In her opinion, it would be quite good to trade with them. The current Eravana, in Magnus' opinion, would not be long for this emperor, and the prince and princess probably had some ulterior motives. But Arya exclaimed that Magnus had probably already taken care of that. Magnus agreed, and said that he didn't have to escape from prison through his magic. But then he could have been taken as a common burglar, but the hero laughed because he didn't see that as a problem. He wouldn't have done it anyway. However, as Arya realized, the hero couldn't investigate the ruins without permission. Examining his spoon, the guy replied that he couldn't even enter them. There were soldiers stationed everywhere for surveillance. It was understandable since the ruins were the kingdom's main source of income. They sold permits to explore a small part of the ruins. The common people couldn't afford it, of course. Arya replied glumly that it was a crime to take something without permission. Magnus remembered that he had borrowed his things without permission. He had stolen the entire fortune of the bad guys. He hoped Arya wasn't mad at him for that, and mentally apologized. In that case, Arya thought it was necessary to thank their highnesses. Suddenly, the girl became gloomy after thinking of Princess Farah. She somehow had no doubt that she was a real beauty. The boy couldn't disagree with her. Noticing that Arya had puffed up her cheeks and turned red, the guy smiled. To her, she was overly cute when she was jealous. Magnus smiled and looked at Arya and said that he loved only her. Arya's eyes sparkled and she seemed to go crazy with happiness. She asked to repeat it, only even louder. The guy turned his head in different directions, as if looking around to see if there was anyone nearby. Apparently, her request confused him. Magnus decided that this was too much, and overcoming his embarrassment, repeated that he loved only Arya. Arya squeezed Magnus' hand with such force that the hero almost had tears in his eyes. A happy Arya replied that she loved him just as much. She held the hero's hands for a while longer, and smiled at the boy who was still in embarrassment. Arya asked Magnus what he had to say about Prince Heidel. According to the character, he appeared shy and his behavior was almost inappropriate for a real prince. It was the complete opposite of his sister. But that was only on the outside, which surprised Arya. The Doomsday Gang was actually led by Crown Prince Heidel himself. This was an unexpected twist. The boy again went to the kingdom of Aravanu to the city of Karba. He was looking for Ramses' house, which according to his book was not far away. Suddenly, he heard a voice shouting to some woman, ordering to make the bastard Ramses come out. The old nun replied that she herself wanted to know where he was now. It was the Doomsday Brigade that was looking for Ramses. The fat guy who looked like a pig asked the nun if she knew what it was like to disobey the Doomsday Brigade. Magnus got right between the nun and the evil gang member, asking what their problem was. The fat man thought the hero wanted to run into Bazin himself. Magnus decided to agree with him, and the pig-like man smirked. In that case, he was willing to introduce the hero to his lightning wind sword, which could be learned at level 15, and then to the fiery air sword, which he learned at level 16. The fat man had no sooner finished his story about himself than he was interrupted by Magnus, which made him furious. Magnus, to his disappointment, was acting rather calm and unruffled. The man used his red-hot air sword, and Magnus cast his magic with his eyes closed, followed by a large pillar of fire that threw the enemy back. All the gang members were in shock, looking at the fat Bazin, who was in tears from the terrible burns. Magnus told them that it was his fire magic that could be learned at the 31st level. The nun looked in amazement at the stranger, who rejoiced in the power and speed of his magic, which were as always at their best. When the gang left, Magnus happily greeted the gloomy nun and gave his name. The hero told her that in order to defeat the Demon King and save the world, he had come to Karba to seek Ramses' help. After thinking about it, the nun admitted that that thing was really big, and she hadn't seen anything like it in a long time. The hero thanked her for the compliment, and the nun asked only that next time, don't miss it. She was talking about that big pillar of fire. Magnus waited for her to say her name after all, and the nun was still just as unhappy to say her name Klim. Somehow she was sure that the guy was just making fun of an old hag like her, and to her it was rude. But in her youth, she had been quite different. The guy didn't understand what she meant, and he didn't even say it. The woman replied that it was hard to call her a nun, because she hadn't been to church once in the last 20 years. The guy apologized and decided that the nun was out of the way, and Klim admitted that it wasn't for her. Whoever was breaking the rules was the current churchgoers. In any case, the great god equally cares about useful and useless people. The guy laughed and said that the nun was talking about radical things, but Klim sullenly answered him that she was talking about enlightenment. The church leadership said they could hear the voices of the god Taegon, so they prayed every day. But even after 40 years, after not spending a day without praying, she still could not hear the voice of Taegon-sama. Desperate, she was sure that she had done something wrong, and that Taegon herself had abandoned her. Klim considered leaving the church and ceasing to be a nun. Even though she didn't miss prayers after leaving the church, she thought that soon she wouldn't be able to use healing magic and would become a normal person again. However, Taegon herself had not taken her magic away from her until now. That was rather strange, and the boy smilingly agreed with her. Unless, of course, the guys from the church were lying about hearing the voice of God. The nun smiled, surprised that the hero actually said that. Klim laughed and decided that she liked Magnus. She also had to thank him for his help, since she didn't like to be indebted, and the hero didn't refuse her. When they arrived at the establishment, Klim offered them something to eat, also reminding them about the drink. Magnus immediately refused and admitted that he could drink only a little. The nun drank in one gulp and asked the boy not to be such a miserable young man. Magnus decided to ask Klim if she really knew Ramsey before. Taking a bite of a piece of meat, the nun agreed with him. Ever since she found him seriously injured, on one of his journeys, she had saved him. Klim traveled often, so she decided to visit Ramsey when she passed by Cabra. It had been a long time since they had seen each other. The nun told Magnus that this old man arranged his adventures once or twice a year. In Magnus's book, on the list of important people was the former adventurer Ramsey. He had explored the elaborate ruins that were later named after him. He was now retired, but his experience and skills were simply invaluable. Ramsey lived in the town of Karba and traveled several times a year. However, it was a pity the lad didn't catch him now. A book written by a god was bound to describe any information needed to subdue a demon king. It was written about those whose importance wasn't great, and there wasn't much information at all. The hero sought out Ramsey specifically because Magnus had a plan to defeat the king. It was his own strategy. Logically, if the man was not considered an important person, no one would care about his destination. The book that is written by God was updated every morning at dawn. If he was going to leave Karba, it would definitely be written in the book. Magnus asked the nun if she had any idea where Ramsey might go, and the old woman said it was only a couple places. She hoped the hero wasn't going to chase Ramsey. He would be back in less than a month anyway, and thought it would be best to wait for him. But Magnus didn't have that much time to wait. The nun had her guesses, of course, but she thought they might be wrong. Magnus told the nun that he had the magic of the city gate, and once a day he could return to Cabra. That was enough to confirm Ramsey's return. This was exactly what Klim expected of him, for the hero was the one who was to kill the Demon King, the Great Mage. Magnus thought about the fact that it was sarcasm. But the nun replied that it wasn't, and that she really admired him. Plus, Magnus was worried that the Doomsday Brigade was looking for Ramsey. Magnus thought of the same fat man who had promised to introduce him to his level 15 and 16 swords. It also bothered him that this man knew his level and skills. This Prince Heidel was from the royal family, which could identify the man's identity. By constantly practicing one skill and refusing to increase status when one leveled up, one could strengthen the skill itself and even unlock a group of new ones. He learned about this system from his book. Magnus wondered if Heidel possessed similar knowledge. Unexpectedly, the nun agreed to personally guide the hero through all the locations, and Magnus was surprised that Klim would dare to do such a thing. But Klim explained that she also came here to Ramsey, and the guy thought it was true. She asked the hero not to worry about her pulling them back. Magnus understood her, and decided that in that case they would go together. Klim decided to finish everything quickly so she could clean the place before she left. The guy looked at all the dishes on the table in surprise, not believing that it was possible to eat it all. The nun was just thrilled to be flying on the carpet and shouted that it was just something. She rejoiced at the headwind, and the guy said it was all thanks to Naruse-sama. Klim immediately turned gloomy and asked what idiot came up with that name. The guy wasn't even surprised, since everyone was saying that. After reaching the place, Magnus offered to look at it to the nun. They reached the ancient ruins. The the remains of a 500-year-old former city of the strongest magical empire. The nun didn't understand what the people of that time were thinking that they lived in such a gigantic iron box. However, it was worth noting that from external enemies, the defense was simply perfect. Klim crossed her arms at her chest and called Magnus a mundane man. There was a reason he was a mage. The guy thought that probably due to a number of magical items, it was quite comfortable to live there. But Klim looked at the sun and said she couldn't live forever in a meaningless iron box with no sky, no sun, and no moon overhead. It was all weighing on her. But thanks to this box, the ancient ruins are perfectly preserved. If it had been a typical city building, it would have just been buried in the sand, never to reappear on the ground again. Adventurers have sought out unexplored ruins, dreaming of writing their name in history. However, such pleasure cost a lot of money. Not without rich merchants and aristocrats trying to find out the secrets of the ruins. It seems that all conditions have been created for them in the present national policy of the kingdom. Klim remembered someone who had also always been drawn to ancient ruins. Finally, they reached the ruins of Tabla. Standing in front of the huge pyramid, the hero was simply delighted. The ruins of Tabla looked like ordinary pyramids. They also had an all-seeing eye on them, and the towers were guarded by guards. The nun noticed that it was quite noisy. Voices near the tower shouted that they had a second-level pass and asked them to take a closer look. That meant they could pass into the ruins. The guards crossed the passageway with their spades for the people that tried to show their permit and break through the guards. The hero realized that these young men were apparently in trouble. It was not yet known if this was the beginning of a new adventure or triple trouble. 3 young men showed the guards their pass and asked to be let in. They were angry because they had spent a lot of money to buy the pass, and the guards were obliged to let them through. The soldier was sorry, but he couldn't let them pass, because they needed a first-class pass to explore the ruins. With a snide smile and a show of tongue, the soldier ordered them to get the hell out of here. But they no longer had the money for a first-class pass, and it wasn't something an ordinary adventurer could handle. The soldiers laughed at the boys, who almost cursed them. To their surprise, pushing the guys apart showed up Magnus, which asked if they could pass with a permit like his in that case. The soldiers were shocked to see a first-class pass, and it was signed by the crown prince and princess in their own handwriting. The soldiers immediately changed their minds and silently escorted the hero out with a smile. Climbing the stairs, Magnus asked the guys why they were frozen there and suggested that they hurry up and go inside. Thus many young ambitions gathered at the ancient ruins. The boys gladly introduced themselves by their names. The first was called Ted, the second Rad, and the third Mono. They were triplets and gatherers. Gatherers were a unique profession for the Arowana. They excavated and explored ancient ruins and differed from thieves only in that they had a license. Up until now, they had been exploring ruins with a 4th-class pass, but thought it was time for them to get rich, so they decided to buy a 2nd class. But they were willing to do anything for it, and Magnus wondered what they were so motivated by. As it turned out, there were 3 girls in their town who were also triplets. The guys wanted to come back with more money and propose to them. It was their dream. The nun and the hero decided to introduce themselves and gave their names. They told the guys that they were looking for a man named Ramsey, and maybe he was in these ruins. The guys were shocked when they heard the name of the very legendary Ramsey Dono. The second guy admitted that when it came to finding people, they were the best at it. They also wanted to thank the heroes for their help and said they'd see them soon. Magnus wanted to politely decline and thank them for the offer. Klim asked bluntly not to get in their way, calling them babies. The hero thought that was too rude. The triplets were not upset by this and assured that they could fend for themselves. After all, they were experienced adventurers and promised never to bother them. Klim left this decision to Magnus, who looked gloomily at the nun. In his opinion, Ted and the others were very confident, but no matter how hard he looked at it, he didn't think they could reach even level 10. They had to be wary, and with those thoughts, they walked out towards the dazzling light. Seeing an entire city in ruins in front of them, everyone was surprised and marveled at the beauty. It was a real underground city in ruins. It was very bright even though there was no sky above them. It was all due to a magic object, and one of the triplets asked everyone to look up. Magnus was greatly surprised that it was all thanks to the magic item alone. This thing generated water and also purified the air. After realizing all this, Magnus' eyes shone with delight. But when he came to his senses and noticed the sullen Klim behind him, he decided that now was not the time for admiration. They had to find Ramsay Dono. When the heroes reached the ruins of Tabla's 4th level hidden room, a monster trap went off. The triplets immediately ran back, and one of them fell to the ground as countless birds flew out at them. The nun didn't understand why they were making a fuss, because they said they were explorers of hidden rooms. But it was on level 6, and it was safe. They were frightened that it was so dangerous. Magnus frowned and didn't even know how to tell them that there were indeed traps in the hidden rooms. The triplets looked at the birds in awe. They hadn't expected so many traps. The nun and Magnus immediately thought of the stones, whereupon the hero used his magic and pointed his staff at the stones. The hero used his magic on the stones and asked Gladius to stand at the entrance. Klim decided to support him with magic and applied a divine blessing. The golem immediately became stronger and received an increase in attack and defense. While Gladius was fighting off the birds, Magnus was pointing stones at them. The 3 guys, on the other hand, sat silently to the side and trembled while clutching each other. They had already thought they were going to die, and this was the first time they had seen monsters of this type. When Magnus had gotten rid of all the birds, he turned to the boys and asked if they were all right. They had been warned about traps, but these treasures were really hard to get to without help. Apparently there were still 2 hidden rooms, and Magnus suggested checking them out. The guy on the ground immediately refused and offered to find Ramsay Dono. But as long as he and Klim were with them, the hero asked them not to worry about anything. But the triplets couldn't hide behind their backs forever and then share the treasure. In their opinion, only Magnus and Klim deserved these treasures, so they refused. In that case, the hero offered to divide it among the 5 of them, but first they had to search for their target. The nun agreed to Magnus' proposal. The triplets were simply shocked and almost cried. To them, Klim and Magnus were too good to be true. They were worried that they would suffer a loss, but Klim answered them that everything was fine. After all, sharing benefits with others is another enjoyable way of life. While they were talking, Magnus faced an attack of monsters that looked like Anubis. Klim applied support magic. The 3 guys also tried their best to fight back, but were injured. After the battle, the nun healed them with her magic, which all 3 of them were delighted about. Klim, however, looked at the boys unhappily. So the heroes traveled through 8 levels of the Tabla ruins and reached their destination, where Ramsay was supposed to be. The 3 guys began to assume that Ramsay Dono somewhere on this level, and decided to keep their eyes open as they walked through the streets of the structures. After going through the spiral tower down the stairs, the hero realized that the map was useless from now on. The nun said the Ramsays had the ability to cover their tracks. That was good, of course, but not in their case. But according to the triplet, he was a legendary adventurer. Putting their fists up, the boys decided not to miss a single rustle. They were enthusiastic, and the 2 brothers agreed with the eldest. They also had to watch out for monsters. Suddenly, an unidentifiable beast that looked like an Anubis appeared on the roof of a building, holding a scythe in his hand. Magnus immediately spotted it and used fire magic. The nun replied to the guy that other guards would start flocking to him now, but such a thing was hard to miss. Magnus knew that not only the guards would come here, but someone else as well. The nun thought of Ramsay, but they couldn't know for sure. As expected of Magnus and Klim saw, the brothers were ecstatic and thought that they could handle any danger. Suddenly from behind, they heard the clatter of horse hooves, and Magnus pushed one of the brothers away with magic, shouting to them to be careful. It was the same creature, but it looked completely different. The creature held a weapon and was a horse with 3 bodies instead of heads. They were the bodies of a falcon, a cat, and an Anubis. The enemy's lightning immediately struck Magnus, who saved all the heroes from being hit by it. The nun and the other 3 guys fell to the ground. The monster stopped and turned back to the hero and attacked again while Magnus sat on the ground. Magnus used his guardian angel ring and increased his magic resistance with it, then summoned Gladius, who blocked the creature's path. The hero did not expect such damage, for it was taller than he thought. Gladius stood at full height, yet looked like a small soldier. From nowhere, a man's voice came from the window of the building, ordering them to go inside immediately. All the heroes immediately rushed inside the building. Hiding inside, they watched as Gladius continued to fight the monster. When Gladius was defeated, the centaur with 3 bodies calmed down and walked on. Magnus couldn't understand why he went on. After all, with that body he could easily destroy the entire building. The 3 young adventurers were insanely happy to be in one piece. Coming down the stairs to the heroes, the man admitted that it was a close call. It was their unexpected encounter with the legendary adventurer Ramsey. The heroes told the old man that they had come here to find him. The nun patted old man Ramsey on the shoulder and asked only to see where he had gotten to. The 3 boys thought about how lucky they were, because they thought they were going to die. One of the triplets wondered why that golem had stopped chasing them. Old man Ramsey told him that there are 2 types of keepers, with and without permission to damage buildings. And they were attacked by just such a golem, which does not have permission to destroy buildings. While Magnus was listening to Ramsey, he remembered that this was also mentioned in his book. Magnus was curious and asked how Ramsey knew what type of golem it was. But the adventurer replied that he didn't, because he hadn't tested them all. He explained that it was just his intuition. If you stay in the ruins long enough, you will not be able to determine the keeper at first glance. Magnus was surprised and listened to the old man in silence, and Ramsey invited them to join him for lunch. The heroes also wondered how the old man determined the time if there was no sun, but Ramsey replied that it all happens by itself. Old man Ramsey also had magic items, according to the heroes, which belonged to him, but Ramsey replied that it was all already in this house. Then he was able to guess how to use them. The adventurer exclaimed that it was cool, then laughed out loud. Magnus smiled, for this old man was indeed a living example of ancient ruins. Meanwhile, old man Ramsey thought that this was just great, and that he was looking for just the right person. Magnus told that he had gone on a journey to kill the Demon King. As part of this, he was going to explore ancient ruins and wanted to ask Ramsey for advice. He offered to lend the old man his experience and skills, and Ramsey hesitated. He had already retired once, and the hero didn't even know how he could have talked him into it. The guy wondered if he had succeeded in his goal. Not yet, but Ramsey didn't want to stay in this stinking place forever. The nun smiled, and by the way, she decided to ask if the heroes knew what this old man used to be called. He was a legend of comebacks. He came back alive even from the most dangerous and difficult ruins. That's why he was so nicknamed. And his friends were also legends like him. There were many legends about them. Except, according to the old man, not all of these legends of the world were true. The 3 guys didn't know what he meant. In truth, the chance of surviving with Ramsey was incredible, but not absolute. As far as Klim knew, their hero Ramsey had lost 7 friends in 40 years of adventure. Here Ramsey also lost a comrade, and this was the 7th and final casualty. After this, he retired. The old man lowered his head and pronounced that Kine was still so young. He had his whole life ahead of him. It was 8 years ago when Kine put on his armor and asked Ramsey San what he looked like. Old man Ramsey remarked that his training had not gone to waste and the guy was not bad. Then Kine replied that he was, for he was going to be Ramsey's successor. The other men thought he was an incredible guy who couldn't drink yet, but was almost like them. They thought Kine had a great future ahead of him. Ramsey had never met anyone so talented. They continued training, and one day he could be a living legend. But then they encountered a level 8 golem in the ruins. The entire team couldn't realize, what was this giant golem? Ramsey yelled at them to hurry up and run into the building. When everyone hid from the golem, the guys asked if everyone had made it. This level was still beyond them, and one of the adventurers suggested going back to the exit. Old man Ramsey turned pale and shouted to his companions that Kine is gone. Old man Ramsey immediately went to apologize to his family. He was ready to take anything in his direction, but it was not what he expected. Kine's mother replied that he wanted to be that legendary adventurer one day and was glad he could travel with Ramsey. It was the worst accusation he had ever heard. They didn't even take a single thing of his with them. They were so scared that they just ran away. MC was very sorry, so much so that it is impossible to put it into words. So the old man withdrew, but he was still here for whatever reason. Old Man Ramsey wanted to see if anyone could defeat that silver golem, so he came here every year to check on him. That way he could collect Kaina's belongings and honor his memory. That was the whole problem with Tabla, and this golem was truly a terrifying monster. Magnus could perfectly understand Ramsey's situation, and suggested that in that case, he could defeat this golem. The triplets were horrified and hoped that Magnus was joking. To them, it was a monster that even the most experienced and legendary adventurer couldn't handle. But Magnus had learned the right information about him beforehand. His name was Centurion, and he was the boss of the 8th floor. A golem with extreme levels of magic resistance. The sworn enemy of any mage, created by a once advanced magical civilization. One of the brothers thought it was unbelievable and didn't believe it was possible. But Magnus openly declared to everyone that they were going to win today. Taking Klim with him, the hero left the building and headed along the streets. The nun didn't necessarily need to be told when the monster was on its way, as she could hear its footsteps herself. In that case, Magnus didn't have to worry about it, and Klim laughed. Klim asked if the guy had better say something else. She also asked the guy to stop adding Dono to her name. Magnus agreed with Klim and prepared his staff for battle. A centurion was already approaching them at full speed. Magnus and Klim waited for him to get even closer. As they had planned, the centurion could not turn around in such a narrow space. He couldn't use his power to destroy buildings. Magnus used a spell to increase strength and agility, as well as resistance and defense. He was joined by Klim, who used support magic. Earlier, Magnus mentioned that Gladius is the same golem as the centurion. Since it was a precious metal golem, it had a high resistance to magic. However, additional reinforcements would not be superfluous. The defense magic used by monks is more effective than that of mages. As long as these effects are from different classes, they could complement each other. For that, he needed Klim's help. The nun smiled, and realizing Magnus's plan asked to leave everything to her. When the centurion was cornered, Magnus used Gladius Double Strike. 2 different elements of magic appeared on the golem's arms. The golem struck with the centurion's magic, but the monster used its lightning weapon. Paralysis struck Magnus with the nun, and Klim replied to the guy that he was just a genius. While the centurion was busy attacking and paralyzing the enemy, an arrow shot at him from behind, which wounded the golem. It was the adventurer Ramsey, who smilingly replied that no merchant could do better than him. While the triplets were preparing their crossbows, they had time to admire Ramsey, who managed to hit the enemy with such a small arrow. They thought it was cool, and they had a good chance of winning. If you deflect his weapons in this way at the moment of attack, he just won't be able to hit them. One of the triplets shouted that he didn't even have a chance to counterattack. Ramsey smiled as he looked at Magnus. Everything was going as he had planned. Magnus looked at the nun and decided it was time for them to act. Some monks' magic didn't work until they touched the target, and Klim ordered the hero to act. She touched the guy's back and used a paralysis healing touch on him. Klim said that now Magnus exit, and the hero replied that they would do it. Since he could handle General Durbanvoth, there was no reason for him to lose to Centurion. The guy used his attack magic and cast a spell. At this time, Gladius threw the enemy away from him, and Magnus used stone magic on the Centurion, which destroyed the enemy golem. It was over, and the Centurion was reduced to a pile of parts. The triplets were ecstatic and exclaimed that this was awesome. They really were able to win. They shouted to Magnus that he was incredible, and picking up the ancient Aravan silver said there was enough for everyone. Magnus didn't quite agree with them, because it was thanks to them that they had done it. He thanked the heroes for their help. The old man silently approached the Centurion and looked at him with pity. Magnus put his hand on the old man's shoulder and suggested that they get out of here. Ramsey needed to accept his friend's death and set out on a new adventure. The heroes reached the place of Kain's death, where his skeleton lay. The old man knelt before him and expressed all his pity, for it had been 8 years. Ramsey mourned for his former comrade. all only waited silently and patiently for Ramsey to finish. The adventurer through his tears put Kyne's bones and skull into a pouch. The next day, the heroes were already in the city of Cabra, where old man Ramsey thanked the boys for everything. Magnus decided that it was over, and the old man never thought he would ever do that. He took the remains to Kana's parents, and he was finally buried. Old man Ramsey bowed heartily and thanked everyone for their help. He wanted to still take care of all of them, and didn't want to say goodbye now. In that case, Magnus had a solution. Ramsey himself was going to accompany them wherever they went, and promised that they would all definitely stay alive. He asked that the ancient ruins be left to him. After shaking hands with Ramsey, the boy thanked him for everything. The old man asked not to address him formally, because the hero so no longer addressed Klim, calling her an old lady. Henceforth they were friends, and Magnus, shaking hands with the adventurer, agreed. Nun Klim nudged the three boys forward and asked if they wanted to join their adventure. She vouched for Ramsey's identity, but whether these chickens would return home safely depended solely on the legend of the returns. The old man clenched his teeth nervously. Klim didn't want to be picky, but pointing her finger at old man Ramsey, she said that they would definitely return alive. She was also sure that a mage of Magnus' caliber could survive alone. But to raise them and these three chickens into first-class adventurers, Ramsey had to be what he was, a legendary adventurer. The old man listening to Klim clenched his fist and covered his eyes, remembering Kyne. The nun told Ted, Rad and Motto that they could still refuse. After all, there was no way to go anywhere without risk in this matter. The triplets were all well aware that they lacked the ability, but they were willing to do whatever was required of them. They asked for permission to join them. They had fallen in love with the adventurer Ramsey and were willing to follow him to hell. They were sure that the adventurer would enjoy training someone again. The old man looked sadly at the guys and wondered if he should try again. Thinking back to Kyne, it was a hard choice for him, but he agreed. This was the same Ramsey, dubbed the Legend of Comebacks. And he would definitely bring back all 6 members of their team alive. The triplets raised their fists up and exclaimed that Ramsey's legend was not over yet. Therefore, they were now creating a new legend, a legend of how they would all become legendary adventurers. Their search for the items needed to subdue the 8 demon generals and the Demon King himself had begun. Thanks to the strategy book, they searched the target ruins one by one. The hero obtained the rare item soul of Ifrit and Absolute Heirs. He also obtained magic enhancement and strengthening books. Sea Breeze Bell, Devil's Stone, Angel of Hyro, and Ice Arrow. Among his spells, he increased 4th level Shadow, Acid, Petrification, and Wind and Mana Strike. Also, the heroes were having a great time and things were strikingly different from the days when he was in a pack with Eugen. If it wasn't for his strategy book, he wouldn't have been able to accomplish all this in such a short period of time. Several days passed like this. The heroes were at Karba's Inn while Magnus was not with them. After he went back in, one of the triplets teased him, saying that Magnus had apparently had a good time the previous night. Magnus frowned and looked at the guy unhappily. The hero was embarrassed and blushed, for the triplets were right after all. After returning to Lacusta after a long time, he didn't even expect that Aria would be able to buy a new house. Thanks to Magnus' supply of rare items, the sales figures had skyrocketed. Aria happily announced that she had bought it yesterday, and no one would have thought that they would have a new house before their wedding. Aria was certainly a beautiful girl, but stubbornness, or rather boldness, in her no less. While they were talking to the guys, people came into their room that they wanted to make sure that the hero was Magnus. They bowed before the hero and said that their lord had invited him to a meeting. It was a slender and beautiful girl that apologized to Magnus for calling him out of the blue. She usually came on such occasions by herself, but now she decided not to stand out. The guy sat down next to her and replied that it was no big deal. She thanked the guy and appreciated it. Magnus squinted at the girl, for he didn't expect that. He decided to ask her if it was really safe here, and she told him that it was a store that at least she wouldn't make a fuss if she came in. Now all the guests downstairs were her security, so one could relax and feel at ease. The triplets were shocked to look at the people below that looked like normal visitors, as expected of a princess. The nun meanwhile asked them to look at the lamb on a spit. The meat looked very tasty and shiny. Old Man Ramsey asked her to mind her age, but the nun asked the old man not to spoil her appetite. But the adventurous Ramsey thought they didn't come here for free food, but the girl smiled and said it was okay. There was no point in making food if no one would eat it. She only asked them to eat and not to be shy. The girl had secretly left the capital for Magnus, and the hero wanted to know what she wanted him to do. The princess asked if the hero knew anything about a city called Neris. It is a large city about 3 kilometers south of here. The garrison sent from the capital was now based there. The boy admitted he'd heard rumors about it. Of course it wasn't true. He had learned about it from a strategy book, but he didn't say so. The princess replied that she was being followed and she couldn't say it directly. There was an anomaly in the area of Kakril, south of Neris. Towns and villages were simply disappearing without a trace. Magnus asked what was wrong with the people in that case. They were fine, but they were moving along with the constructions. The adventurer traders were the first to notice this and immediately reported it to the government. At first, they thought they had simply misread the map and gotten lost in the desert. Later, it was reported by others who came across towns and villages not labeled on maps. Magnus understood and replied that this was indeed a problem. It was also a problem for him. If nothing was done, it would be simply impossible to continue searching in the ruins. One of the magic items he needed to obtain was just in the area around the ruins of Kakril. In that case, the princess offered him a deal. Magnus smiled and admitted to the girl that he wanted to offer it to. The princess was glad that they were on the same page with him. But Her Highness was always so quick to speak, it was only to the hero's advantage. Tapping her fist on the floor, the princess wasn't sure if this problem could be solved with an army. Therefore, she would like to ask him, as the representative of the Lacusta Kingdom, to cooperate with her. Of course it wasn't for free. She wanted to use the hero's success in solving the case to get a special class authorization from the king himself. In that case, Magnus was in agreement with her. The princess glowed with happiness and shook the guy's hand. As planned, this bonus event appeared in Magnus' strategy book the other day. The event about fulfilling Princess Farah's request and saving the disappearing towns and villages has started. Without expecting it at all, Magnus found himself in the chest of a girl who was thanking the hero for his help. Magnus immediately blushed, covering himself with cold sweat. But the girl was just beyond happy and laughing, asked the guy to bear it for a while. As expected, it was unexpected at all. He held on as best he could and thought about Arya waiting for him. He didn't understand how to hold on here. The guy yelled to Her Majesty that this was too much. Letting him go, the girl said she was sorry, and Magnus glanced sullenly at the princess. While all the heroes were surrounded by the princess and feasting, Magnus' friends wondered what he was like and decided to ask him. Magnus asked not to be asked about it, and his friends laughed. Suddenly, the doors of the store blew apart, and a man told Princess Farah that because of her fraud committed by the imperial family, he would have to take her life. It was the 6-star National Defense Corps, a specialist in wielding the saber brown. The Death Dancer Titan was also with him that offered Old Man Ramsey to lend them his power. If he refused, they would force him to do so by force. The princess guards got up from their tables and took up their weapons. They were supposed to protect Her Highness, but immediately they were instantly killed by 2 men. Unfortunately for the 2 enemies, their men died too quickly, though according to Titan, she wanted to be polite to them. The nun recognized the bodyguards who dealt with the guards in an instant. Brown asked Titan what she was doing here, but Titan had a counter-question for him. She rushed here when she heard Ramsey was in this shop. It seemed like a good coincidence to Brown, since he had come here to finally have the opportunity to kill the princess. Titan then suggested that they go about their business as a pair. They decided to bring the leader some good news, after which they looked at the excited heroes and the princess. The princess couldn't understand what was wrong with these people, for they were very strong. They were one of the 6 stars, a branch of the National Defense Corps. The triplets stood in front of the nun and Magnus, saying that they would create an escape route. Klim ordered them not to get carried away, but the kids said they'd leave the princess on them. Looking at the heroes, they said that they had been through a lot already, and they weren't the same. Magnus told them to stop, for their levels were low, but the guys were already going down the stairs to the enemies. Turning back to the princess, Magnus thought that they shouldn't have left her alone. The triplets shouted that they would give it their best. The brother asked Niai-chan if he wanted to play with him in return, and the latter shouted that it wasn't good to cheat him. Brown replied that he didn't have time for dumb opponents like them, so Titten decided to play with them and give them what they wanted. With a couple swings of her sword, she cut through all the clothing the guys were wearing, and they didn't even have time to get close to her. The triplets immediately blushed, after which they began to cover themselves with their hands. Titten laughed and admitted that it was a good look. But this kind of low-looking stuff was no good for her. Magnus looked down at their fight and decided that she had treated them lightly and not killed them. Maybe their low level was what helped them. Walking up to Magnus, Brown asked him not to think that he could just stand there and watch the fight. The nun replied that this was bad, for if she had to attack them, there would be nothing left of this place. Brown wondered what they were discussing, but whatever it was, he considered it useless. Magnus shaded the princess and took the staff in his hands. Brown decided that in all likelihood, the hero didn't mind being a human shield. It was quite normal to think that way when you see a mage standing in the vanguard. Brown called Magnus a complete idiot and warned him that there would be no mercy. Brown attacked Magnus, but the mage was able to apply the wind's garment and increased his evasion speed. Brown was shocked and thought this was simply absurd, not realizing how the hero could dodge his blow. Magnus thought about how Brown never even dreamed that a 36th level mage would appear in front of him. It was like meeting a monster in the center of the city. Magnus assumed that Brown was about level 20, but Brown replied that he was level 16. Magnus smiled and snapped his fingers and told Brown that he wasn't even close to Eugene. Brown was shocked and didn't understand what was going on here. Clothing of the Winds gave a special effect that gave the ability to create fake opponents out of mirages. Brown attacked the enemy, but it turned out to be only a hero mirage. Earlier, he had called Magnus an idiot and that he would not spare him. But Magnus didn't need something like magic. Just with the difference in their levels and status, he could easily overpower him. The hero struck Brown's staff, who immediately fell to the floor. The princess and the nun looked at the defeated Brown in surprise. Meanwhile, Titten was laughing and having fun with the naked guys, asking them to stop running away. Even though the guys came out so confident, it was sad how much training they lacked in the girl's opinion. But suddenly her attention was drawn to the second floor where Brown was. Looking around, she called out to him, and a knife was held to his throat. Old Man Ramsey ordered her not to move. The adventurer warned that if she did anything suspicious, she would die immediately. Ramsey said that she couldn't even get a good look at her surroundings, and it was she who lacked training. Immediately, Titten threw her sword on the floor. The triplets were frantic that all ended well, and the princess ordered them bound and taken to the dungeon. The princess was very sorry that she had gotten the heroes into this trouble. She had no words to express her gratitude for their help. It didn't matter to Magnus. After all, they were also targeting the heroes' friends like that, so it was fine. Still, it made sense to the princess why they needed her, but she couldn't figure out what they needed Ramsey for. It was obvious that they needed him for the same reason they needed the hero. There were many reasons why they needed the legendary adventurer. It seems that the National Defense Corps was planning to explore the most inaccessible ancient ruins. That's why they needed someone experienced as a guide. Magnus agreed with the nun, and that must have been the point. Anyway, the princess said that Magnus was strong, and it also seemed to her that his strength was almost limitless. The boy frowned at the princess because he didn't ask for praise from her. But she still wanted to express her gratitude with more than just words and handed Magnus the key. She happily declared that it was the key to her room in the capital palace, and the hero immediately gave it back. But the princess caught the hero, for she only talked about the fact that he was free to enter her room, and did not mention anything indecent. She asked the lad not to make such a disappointed face, and still allowed him to share her bed. Magnus yelled at her that he didn't make such a face, and said he didn't need to, but the princess laughed, saying she was joking. To her, he was not only strong, but also sweet. He really was sweet to her. She still gave him the key and told him that if ever he wanted to have a secret meeting or ask for a favor, it was a sign that he could always come to her. She asked to accept it nonetheless. After all, Magnus had it bad with women. Flushed, Magnus took the key from her. This is how a few days passed. In the Kakril region, the Incident Investigation Department had an army of soldiers standing by, investigating the incident of disappearing villages and towns in the Kakril region. Now, the heroes had to accompany the legion that was also trying to solve the incident. Although the Imperial family owned about 4 of them, it was the first time the enthusiastic princess had seen such a large airplane carpet. Ramsay was unclear if it was normal for her to act like she was sightseeing. The princess apologized. She just didn't have to leave the palace often, and promised to be more careful from now on. But Nun Klim disagreed with her. She thought she shouldn't have listened to that grumpy man. Whether she was upset or nervous, it would not affect the outcome of the incident. That's why Klim thought that they should just try to enjoy themselves and enjoy the ride. The princess was glad that the nun had a peculiar way of looking at things. She had always thought that monks were just a bunch of stubborn people, but because of Klim, she had to rethink her opinion. The nun also always thought that someone like a princess was an arrogant little girl who didn't know how to do anything, but it seems she was wrong. Old man Ramsay sighed heavily and looked at the couple and said that they were very carefree. Magnus thought that there was no point in worrying until they reached their destination. So the hero suggested that they relax a bit, at least until they figured out who was behind that incident. Magnus wondered who was behind the disappearance of villages and towns. The princess wondered if Magnus had any idea who or what might have caused the incident with the disappearance of towns and villages. Magnus believed that a giant sandworm must be to blame. One of the triplets also said that he had heard some rumors about it. It's a kind of monster known for being a glutton that ate everything in its path. At best, the monster could only swallow a horse. The giant sandworm lived and hibernated for several years. And if that happened, it became the Caesar sandworm, which could be large enough to devour entire cities. The princess speculated that the giant worm might see food in their army and attack them. If the monster showed up, they should handle it themselves. When that happened, Magnus wanted Princess Farah and the soldiers to retreat immediately. The princess didn't quite like this decision and wanted to object to the hero. True, politically it would have been better if the incident had been resolved directly by Farah and her army. But Magnus wouldn't want to sacrifice them for anything. Magnus smiled at the princess and replied that it would be better for both him and them. The princess thought she owed a lot to the hero and recognized that he was a very good man. But the man who was riding a camel near them asked Princess Farah not to listen to him. He thought that the princess should not have listened to a man like him. It was General Tal of the Alaban Empire who said he didn't believe a word of it. Calling Magnus a fraud, the princess waved her hand in Tal's direction and shouted to him that Magnus was a hero who had saved the kingdom. She immediately demanded that he take back his impertinent words. Tal considered it a disgrace that a great princess like her had been seduced by such a rogue. He mentioned the Caesar sandworm that Magnus had spoken of. To him, those words were so ridiculous that he was ready to laugh. Even if such a monster were to appear, Magnus would have no place in a battle with it, in Tal's opinion. Magnus asked if these guys had a defense plan against him. The soldiers grinned and looked at each other and laughed. They didn't realize what kind of idiot would make a plan out of some stupid misconception. Tal shouted at the hero that courage and patriotism were needed in battle. There was no room for petty tricks like plans. He could command 3,000 knights simply by raising his sword, and he was sure to crush any enemy who dared appear before him. Magnus answered him that he had no intention of interfering with his plans, for he had no such intentions and telling him what to do. But he wished Tal would back them up. After all, they were dealing with a scary monster. Tal shouted angrily that they didn't need the help of a rogue like him, and was sure Magnus would hide in fear. The triplets were just shocked and outraged. He didn't even know how strong Magnus was, and didn't realize who this Tal thought he was. He was just too cocky. The princess told Magnus that she was very sorry for her subordinate's rude words. But Magnus smiled and said it was all right, for he was not bothered by such things. There was something more important. Magnus knew that many soldiers would die, and the princess sadly covered her eyes, realizing this. Klim thought that the person in charge of this army was the princess, and the general was only a chaperone. so the soldiers should be under the command of the princess. Princess Farah sadly lowered her gaze and said that it was only in words, and that only her bodyguards listened to her. The soldiers, however, would only listen to General Tull's orders. The first army was supposed to contain the best of the best, and the nun found it hard to believe that soldiers normally obeyed someone like him. The princess replied that since they were the best of the best, they would follow the commander's orders and simply ignore her words. Adventurer Ramsey also didn't understand why the princess couldn't order Tull himself to do it. The princess admitted that it was difficult, since he is one of her candidates for marriage. Farah said that the current emperor just kept finding more and more marriage candidates for her, without making any decision. He couldn't get enough of how all the candidates showered him with gifts while bowing to him. In other words, he was an idiot. If Tull could take the responsibility of revealing this indictment, he would definitely gain an advantage over the other candidates. Therefore, he didn't want Magnus to help them deal with this incident. Magnus could understand this situation perfectly well, in which case he decided to ask for one thing. If a battle starts, the princess should order them to immediately retreat as she deems fit if the situation is dire. Even if they don't listen to her now, this order can be used as an outlet for the soldiers to escape in case of emergency. Princess Farah was touched, and said that it was very thoughtful. Magnus was indeed a very kind man. The hero replied that it was all nothing, and he was just thinking about how ridiculous it was to let people die for no reason. The nun and princess smiled and giggled as they looked at the guy. Magnus was embarrassed by this and asked them to tell him what they were thinking and not to look at him with such caring eyes. So they spent 3 days searching until they noticed the way the sand mountain started to move. One of the triplets noticed it first and pointed his finger at the mountain. Ramsey assumed the guy was affected by the intense heat or something. Magnus smiled as he realized they had found their target. It was the same Caesar sandworm that had come to the surface in front of an entire army. General Tull still couldn't believe the hero's guess, but he wasn't surprised by such a monster. He only ordered the army to form a formation and prepare for battle. Tull also ordered Princess Farah's bodyguards to remain at the ready. As an imperial princess, Farah ordered the first army to immediately retreat if the situation was dire. But the army led by Tull did not listen to her and immediately rushed into battle. A giant worm rose up halfway up his body. To him, the army was like flies below, and the adventurer Ramsey already knew that the army would not succeed. The worm attacked the soldiers and scattered them in different directions, lifting all the sand near him upwards. The soldiers along with their camels were scattered in different directions and collapsed on the ground. One of them shouted that they could not win, and that they should all run away from here. Half of the troops and riding animals had already been killed with one blow from the giant worm. The troops shouted for everyone to listen to the imperial princess orders. General Tull himself crawled past his slain comrades, saying that it was all a lie. Shivering all over his body, he repeated that he was a great general of the Imperial Alabama Army. He didn't believe that he could be defeated, and that all this was happening to him for real. He hoped it was a nightmare, and watched in horror as the worm rushed down on him to attack him from on high. Meanwhile, Magnus asked his comrades if they were ready for battle. The triplets asked to grant it to them, for they had been preparing and were mentally ready for it. Caesar's huge sandworm was level 37. Old man Ramsey knew that if the triplets had faced this beast earlier, things would have ended badly for them. But this time, he thought it would be different. He also wanted to show the monster the power of human wisdom and civilization. The nun smiled and told the old man that he was talking trite about it. Magnus asked the triplets to aim at his paws first, and the triplets, accepting Magnus' order, simultaneously fired their ancient items that were ice crossbows. Having also cast a spell, Magnus used freezing magic on the worm. The triplets managed to find this pile of arrows in the ancient ruins, so they could use them as much as they wanted. After taking a few hits from his opponents, the monster lost its temper and started making loud noises that shook the ground. Magnus realized that the worm wanted to create an earthquake, which would work on a flying opponent. But it didn't work as Magnus expected. In that case, the heroes could attack it next and keep it up. The triplets shouted to the monster that they still had plenty of arrows for him and didn't stop shooting at the worm. The giant sandworm started crawling on the sand, and one of the triplets noticed some kind of hole on the monster's body. Old Man Ramsey had a bad feeling and told everyone to be careful. The nun also suspected something wrong and shouted to stay strong and not attack. The worm used a cannon shot, but the heroes were able to dodge it with a flying carpet, holding on with all their might to the carpet to keep from falling. The guys yelled that they needed another shot if only they could stop him. Magnus said there wasn't much left, then used a spell with his staff. Magnus cast a spell that increased his single attack powers and also increased his critical speed. After that, the hero used his right hand for the heavy stone element, and in his left hand he got the strong wind element. By folding his hands, he obtained a combination spell. But Magnus aimed it not at the monster, but directly into the sky, and everyone looked up in surprise at the point of light that was formed from the impact. It was a combined attack called a meteor strike. A tremendous force and flash of light surrounded the worm, which began to tear apart. Magnus and the others watched carefully to see what would happen while the princess was covered by her bodyguards. The princess exclaimed that it was a praise to someone who knew the magic of the Togs. It was finished, and the sky was lit up by a clear sun. It was a crushing victory. The nun looked around at what was in front of her and realized that it was what the heroes called an object falling out. Right in front of them was the very ruin of Ramsey. It was the most stark ruin. Magnus was overjoyed and exclaimed that it was the Ramsey ruins. The triplets were shocked that the Caesar worm could even feed on ancient ruins. They were very lucky, for it was the ruins they were looking for, and they had come to them on their own. But they still didn't have a special class permit, which upset one of the guys. Princess Farah didn't mind, and assumed that these were the very ruins the hero was looking for. Magnus thought something was wrong, and the princess reminded him of a promise she had made. She promised to give him a special class permit as a reward for solving this problem. She didn't consider it a problem if events happened in reverse order. As Magnus got closer, he noticed that these ruins were quite small compared to the others. Ramsey explained and said it was a military building. In the other ruins, the first level was a city. In these ruins, it's a military barracks. In any case, there was no danger on the first floor, so Ramsey asked them to relax. Stepping inside, they obviously did not expect to see such a sight before them. The triplets exclaimed that there were people here. They thought they were descendants of the ancient Alabama people, but the nun disagreed. Magnus replied that they were people from the city and villages, eaten by the Caesar sandworm. There was no mistake that they found this digested ruin inside the stomach and took refuge in it. The people were surprised that the heroes had killed that very worm. The woman holding the baby in her arms cried. They didn't know how to escape, and their supplies were almost exhausted. They thought they were finished. The grandmother didn't know how to thank the heroes. The girl wondered if it was okay to go outside, and Magnus replied that Her Majesty the Empress and the army were outside to protect them. Every single person bowed to Magnus and the heroes, thanking him from the bottom of their hearts. They called him a great wizard and asked Magnus' name. One of the citizens ran into town, shouting that the mighty wizard had come here to save them. They could all go back home. Magnus was embarrassed, and the triplets looked among themselves and smiled. The heroes proceeded to the stairs to the second floor where Ramsey led them. They were glad to have a man with them that reached the deepest floor. On their way to the second floor, they were met by a strange creature that looked like a large ant and asked the heroes what they needed. Red didn't understand what it was, and Ramsey replied that it was a magical entity called a servant, a relic from the age of the magical empire. Magnus leaned over to get a closer look. Those who defended the city and fought were the guardians, and those who helped the people were servants. Ant asked what they needed. Ramsey replied that it was a rare case, for servants usually did not move unless they received orders from the people. Ant replied that he was a smart servant, and he could ask for orders while he was looking for work. Ramsey laughed, recognizing that the servant was clever, for he could also talk. Magnus told the servant that they wanted to go to the lowest floor and asked him to take them there. But the ant was forbidden to fulfill such a request. Magnus thought so, and rising to his feet, he asked him to stay here. The servant was sorry, and asked him to call him in case they needed anything from him. Magnus and the others moved on, and the magician waved goodbye to the servant, who gave them a silent glance. Heading down the spiral staircase, The heroes discussed something among themselves as the ant descended right behind them. Magnus noticed this and turned to the servant, who asked if they needed help. Magnus said no, and the ant replied that he was sorry, asking to call if they needed help. The nun laughed and said it was a masterpiece, but Magnus frowned at her and said it wasn't funny. The nun offered to take it with them, because they might need it. Magnus was sure she just wanted to have fun. The servant had already realized that the hero's name was Magnus, and asked him to tell him what favor he could perform for him. Magnus was not thrilled that the servant already knew his name. Ant replied that there was nothing wrong with that, since he was a servant. Klim wondered if the ant knew his name. The ant replied that he didn't have a name, but the creator named other servants with different numbers and such, but not his. The nun felt sorry for the poor servant and suggested that Magnus name him something. She compared the ant to the little child who came to the hero for love. But Magnus was sure that it was Klim who made him recognize his name. The servant said he would like to get the name from Master Magnus, and the nun asked him to do so, for the servant wanted the same thing. Magnus frowned, and with embarrassment suggested that he be a chocolate bar. Klim noticed that Magnus had a surprisingly cute naming style. The hero revealed that it used to be the name of his dog that he had as a child. The servant raised his front paws and thanked Magnus for his new name, saying that he was now a chocolate bar. The triplets looked at the servant in surprise and noticed that he looked quite happy. They ended up with a strange companion. The triplets scrutinized the creature, not realizing if they were really going to take it with them. They weren't sure if magical creatures could be trusted. Under the boys' gaze, the ant clamped its tendrils in fear. Red thought about the possibility that he might have betrayed them and attacked them as a guard. Magnus stroked the ant's head and said that servants only fulfilled the role that people assigned to them and nothing more. They could be trusted more than humans. After coming to his senses, the hero became more serious and said that they could be trusted and would not attack. In any case, they needed to move on. The servant touched his paws on his head where Magnus had just stroked him and was happy. After that, they traversed the maze using their combined strength. All the while, the servant followed them and Ramsey showed them the way. They even overcame difficult corridors and confusing cryptograms. All this was easily broken through, and they moved on until they came upon a large door that Ramsey was trying to open. This was the deepest floor in Ramsey's ruins. As they opened the huge doors, a large silhouette of a bull with an axe stood in front of them. Magnus thanked the old man and asked to be allowed to thank him again for skillfully guiding them. They reached the deepest floor of the most difficult ruin. The old man replied that it was nothing. Last time, the old man and the rest of the team couldn't get the key to the Imperial Palace. Magnus smiled and offered to do it now in that case. Ramsey didn't think it would go so easily, for there was something serious in front of them. Then, one look at it was enough to break their resolve. It was Gazu's mithril golem that looked like a bull and was holding an axe. Chocolat asked Mr. Magnus to be careful and said that it was Gazu, the guardian of the magical empire, and he was very strong. If rumors were to be believed, he was made entirely of mithril and had absolute resistance to magic. But the hero had a magic poem stone. Even if the battle would be long, there shouldn't be any problems. The magic poem stone gradually replenished mana as long as the bearer carries it on his person. The servant was delighted and rejoiced when he realized that the hero was aware of it. He noted his erudition and exclaimed that it was wonderful. The nun smiled and told Magnus that he was as red as a tomato. Taking out his bag for magical items, the hero pulled a jug from it and summoned Gladius. It was the jug of an evil god that could store one magical essence or creature inside it. As they decided, Magnus and Gladius would be the only ones to enter the zone. Upon entering the zone, Gazu will assume a fighting stance, and at the same time, the arena will be sealed off by magic. Either the intruders will be destroyed or the guardian will be defeated. The triplets were annoyed that there was no way they could help Magnus. Ramsey replied that they hadn't managed to leave a scratch on him last time. At least they decided not to interfere with Magnus, but only to wait and worry about him. Klim used her holy magic with Magnus, after which he received an increase in strength and defense, as well as an increase in ability, agility, confidence, and resistance to magic. The triplets asked the hero to do his best. They were sure that this victory would be easy for him and wished him good luck. The ant grabbed the hero's mantle and asked him not to leave him with his creator. Magnus patted the servant on the head in response, and Ramsey, approaching the hero, reminded him that the ruins were named after him. Holding out his fist, the old man smiled and wanted to confide his unfinished wish to Magnus. Magnus and the old man bumped fists. Clem walked up to the hero and clapped him on the back, asking him not to worry about it because she would look after him. With her words, they headed straight for the golem while the others escorted them with a look. As soon as the hero stepped into the room, the golem immediately activated and a deafening roar was heard. The battle between Gazu and Magnus began, and the golem rushed straight at the enemy with all speed. Magnus stood aside while Gladius clashed with Gazu. Even with all the magic buffs placed on each other, they couldn't defend themselves. Just as Magnus had expected that from the adamantine axe. It really wouldn't be easy for them, but still. Magnus had to defeat the bull and get the key. The guy decided not to be distracted by the distant future during the battle. First, he had to trick Goza and then dispel his attack. After casting a spell, the hero used the magic of the stone that fell upon the enemy. After hitting the bull, the golem lost its temper and its eyes glazed over. There was a deafening scream from Gazu, after which he attacked Magnus with fire spits. The hero was able to dodge them by jumping, after which he used the protection of the divine shield and the mantle of wind, which increased evasion. The bull used magic, which struck Magnus with a stunning blow, injuring him in his jump. Magnus was pushed away by the blast and fell to the ground. He was prepared for Gazu's fire attacks thanks to the encyclopedia. Even raised his resistance to the fire elemental to the limit with resistance. Getting to his feet and bearing down on the enemy, he realized that he could still continue. Magnus rushed in and used his stone magic, shouting to Gladius that it was his turn. Gladius immediately stopped the bull by throwing himself around its neck, while the hero ran around Goza from the back. The nun used healing magic on the guy, granting him healing by the power of a god. This was exactly what Ramsey expected from the sister's magic. Even if the barrier blocked people and magic, her healing power could pass through it. The magical civilization was too technologically advanced. They looked down on the sister magic and ignored it. Since Gladius had a high resistance to magic, Magnus' strengthening magic had no effect on him. But Nun Clem's magic worked as perfectly as always. She could treat the hero's wounds all she wanted, asking Magnus if his fighting spirit would break. But if there was anything he was worried about, it was that she might have run out of mana. The nun smirked and asked not to underestimate her. She prayed for Magnus and asked him to give it his best shot as Magnus rushed into battle. The hero used stone magic again. It didn't matter how badly he was wounded, because he could recover with magic. That's why he took his friends with him. The triplets were worried about why the battle was so long. After all, the hero could have already used many spells in that time, 40 or maybe 50. They cursed the mithril golem, which was very difficult to defeat. Meanwhile, the hero fought with Gladius, dodging the enemy's fire and also attacking the bull Goza with fire. He had already spent a lot of mana, but fortunately, this level optimization strategy allowed him to use mana as efficiently as possible. Magnus shouted that another attack was needed and cast a stone spell. The shards of magic cut into the bull's body, causing cracks on it. After a while, the bull began to break apart under Magnus's attacks. Magnus rejoiced and said that he had succeeded. He had been aiming at the same point since the beginning of the fight. And now he used the twins' fist with the help of Gladius, who hit Goza, which dropped the axe from his hands. As soon as the axe embedded itself in the ground, the boy immediately ran up to it. Grasping its hilt, he used enhancement magic. Taking the huge axe in his hands, the hero swung and threw it into the golem's hands. The most effective way to damage a metal enemy is to smash it with even harder metal. The golem struck the bull, which immediately fell to the ground, splintering into pieces. The bull was defeated, whereupon a flash of light appeared on its body and it exploded. The triplets immediately crossed the barrier that disappeared and shouted to Magnus that it was just marvelous. As they ran up to the defeated enemy, they were surprised at how much mithril there was. Never having seen so much, they began to collect it immediately. It was purified mithril from the ancient Alabana. The chocolate maid threw herself around Magnus' neck, marveling at how cool it was. It was simply superb, and she expressed to the hero her love for him. An old man also came up behind the hero to thank Magnus in the same way. After thanking the guy, he said that his old company and he had no regrets, after which Ramsey laughed. The hero noticed someone was missing and looked back to Clem, thinking she wasn't too happy about the victory. But right at the entrance, the heroes noticed people holding a knife to Clem's throat. They asked them not to move, wanting to keep things peaceful. It was a party of Alabama 6 starfighters. It included 2 girls, Nadia of the 1st rank and Salama of the 2nd rank. They said that they only wanted the key to the underground palace and they were going to leave after they got it. Salama asked them to calm down and choose wisely. The hero also reads something in the encyclopedia. The ideals held were to put country before self, even if it meant getting their hands dirty. This was written about Helidelis' direct subordinates. But the most tremendous thing was near at hand. Magnus asked the men how they got here. The girls replied that they had been following him with a long-range crystal ball ever since Titan attacked him. They had seen everything he had done today, so it wasn't hard to come by. Ramsey was concerned that they had been following them all this time. The servant had nothing to do with magic and was approaching the girls. Nadia pointed her blade at him and ordered him not to move. Salama also told the hero to order the servant to stop. Magnus asked the chocolatier to stop, and Clem gritted her teeth in anger. She yelled to Magnus that he needed the key to save the world, and asked him not to worry about the old grandmother, because she already had little left to live for. Magnus wasn't going to let her die, though this mentality of self-sacrifice is what the sister class held onto. He agreed to give them the key if they left Clem safe. The girls understood the magician and thanked him for his prudence. They also offered their sincerest apologies for doing so. Magnus could not allow his sense of justice to be perverted by this encyclopedia, no matter how important it was, and this he had decided long ago. The nun still couldn't figure out what character trait the hero was hiding. The 3 boys stood behind the girls holding the captive, and Salam kept her eyes on them. Magnus was completely calm and didn't understand why the girls were so nervous. Cautiously, they approached and reached for the key. The guy couldn't do without the underground palace key, and he also planned all his future actions. But suddenly one of the girls was attacked by a servant, which asked the villains to let Mrs. Clem go. It was an unexpected and sudden attack for everyone. The girls couldn't believe their eyes, for usually the caretaker ants never attacked humans without orders. Magnus was also surprised that the chocolate bar could act without orders. The servant was glad that Clem was free. The girl in the maid costume that was with the villains made an assessment and decided to remove the nuisance, then kicked the servant. Magnus saw the chocolate bar fall to the ground and split in 2. The maid aimed at Magnus, saying she was chasing an opponent, but Magnus wouldn't let her do so and swung his staff. The maid performed a cancel and dodged the blow. The hero thought that the servant had been in vain, but the ant replied that he had been useful to Magnus. The boy asked the servant not to do it again. It was a happiness for the servant that Magnus cared for him. Magnus yelled to the maid that she was beginning to annoy him. If the ant was destroyed, he would definitely lose his temper. He had to admit that they had only just met him, but he had managed to develop a liking for him. The nun praised the chocolate bar, for Magnus, the grumpy one, would never praise it. Magnus was embarrassed by her words, and the hero's entire troop prepared to attack. The maid used magic and increased her strength, defense, and durability. She also used defense against magic and increased dexterity. The girl swiftly found herself near the triplets, taking on the task of completely destroying the enemy. She swept the triplets out of the way in one fell swoop and stabbed Ramsey in the neck. The heroes couldn't understand what had happened. Squirming in pain, they thought about the fact that the maid was a core fighter who had incredible strength. Magnus realized that she was a golem, a creature that had been animated by ancient magic, but she was no stronger than Gazu. But the hero also realized that he was exhausted after the battle, and Gladius was also damaged. The triplets decided they needed to figure something out while the nun treated their wounds. But then the magic of paralyzing, blinding, stupor, and blindness was cast on the brothers. The nun turned angrily towards the enemy, saying that she could not heal them now. The boys tried to wipe their eyes from the powerful spell. Smiling, Magnus replied that in that case he would answer them in the same way, after which he used a powerful poison, paralyze, blind, and bind on the maid. The golem received poisoning, paralysis, loss of strength, and immobilization. The girls told him that golems were made of metal and had defenses against magic, unlike flesh and blood bodies. The boy replied that such spells didn't require much energy, and he could go on like this all day. Nadia asked Salama to heal the golem, but the girl was confused, for she couldn't. Her magic wasn't working, and she cursed the whole thing. Magnus shouted to his group that it was okay to attack, and all the heroes pounced on the enemy. The triplets attacked the immobilized golem and gave her many swift sword strikes. The maid fell to the ground and became a battle trophy for the heroes, in the form of the golem's maid. The girls were terrified. The heroes ordered the girls to surrender, for they also did not want to hurt them. Magnus decided to offer them what they had offered him earlier, to reason things out. Suddenly behind them appeared a kind of black silhouette that said goodbye to everyone, which Ramsey noticed. It was a man who tried to run away. Turning around, Magnus saw the old man chasing after the shadow, which turned out to be Gomez. Gomez was a sliding shadow and was from the National Defense Corps. It was unclear how Ramsey failed to spot him. Still, Gomez was a thief in that he was able to stealthily sneak into tombs to loot them. While Gomez diverted the hero and Ramsey's attention, Salama used binding magic on the old man. Swearing, Ramsey fell to the ground, but the heroes still continued to run after Gomez. They simultaneously reached for the items and grabbing the right one. Gomez headed towards the air gate that the girls had formed. Once inside the air gate, the thief shouted to the wizard that he was a complete fool, for the key of the high priest was the jewel he had taken. With his words, the gate disappeared and they left. Magnus and the rest of his team silently looked at the enemies, who disappeared in an instant. The whole group was terrified, not realizing what Magnus had done. Running up to him, they decided that the hero had missed and all this torment was for the sake of one bling. Rising from his knees, old man Ramsey looked at Magnus back, assuming that he had purposely yielded the key to Gomez. The boy looked at the old man calmly, not sure where he got that from. He had chased after the thief for something. Although, in the old man's opinion, he could just stop him with magic. And he might as well have pushed whatever was on it off the stand. That was suspicious, and the group looked sternly at the hero. One thing old Ramsey couldn't understand was why the spectacle was necessary. Magnus laughed and remarked that old man Ramsey would not be so easily fooled. When they captured Clem, the hero thought for a moment. He decided that it was better to give up the key, because that was the way things were, and he replayed all his plans in his head. Instead of the key, he decided to take this sea stone bracelet. Looking at the ruined servant, the group thought the sacrifice was in vain. But Magnus didn't think so, for otherwise Clem would have remained their hostage. The Canby Bar's courage was not in vain at all. Having petted the servant, the hero asked him not to do it again. Thus they made another friend. The hero reached Bazerf's workshop, where the blacksmith laughed loudly. You could tell from the golem that they'd been dealt a good hand. It was the aftermath of a desperate battle. At least they were able to get their hands on the mithril. After laying it out all over the table, the guy asked if he would go to fix the golem. Bazerf replied that he would take care of it, and that the mithril would add to Gladius' defense against magic. Magnus told Bazerf that he was bailing him out, as he always does. But the blacksmith replied that it was his job. Magnus laughed and showed the artifact of the god's hand to Bazerf. He wanted the blacksmith to take it as payment for his work. This artifact increased strength and agility by 30 points. It also improved all stats, which apparently interested the blacksmith. Magnus smiled at Bazerf and asked him to try his best, as he always did. Bazerf accepted the payment, and since the hero had asked him for it, he was willing to accept the thing. The old man wondered what to do with the mithril, and the hero handed the servant a chocolate bar to the old man, asking him to make another weapon. He also wanted to fix his aunt. Old man Bazerf's deft hands were to bring the chocolate bar back to life. Meanwhile, at Lycusta's restaurant, Aria introduced herself to everyone as Aria from Alm's company. The people decided to introduce themselves in the same way. An old man introduced himself as Hassam, that he was a grain merchant and was happy to meet the girl. Another man introduced himself by the name Saib. He was the owner of a butcher shop. There was also a fruit merchant named Hassan. They had long been envious of the abundance of Lakusta's lands. Watching Arya, the hero marveled at how she could carry on a business conversation quite well. Although they had just met the merchants, they hoped they could establish trade ties. Arya admitted that they had little experience in overseas trade, but they wanted to supply products to Alabana where farming was not as developed. Arya and the Alabana representatives shook hands. They were willing to find favorable terms for all. Alabana's economy was getting weaker, and they were becoming more and more dependent on their neighbors. And they did not hesitate to sell them goods at exorbitant prices. So the people were willing to work with them even now. In that case, Arya decided that she would be in charge of the trade in Alaban. They might have considered her too young, but she was willing to work as hard as she could. But the people did not think so, for she was recommended by Mr. Magnus himself, and they trusted her. For Mr. Magnus had saved them from the Emperor's worm, and he was their liberator. So evening came on outside, and when it was over, the heroes left the building. Guy stretched tiredly, happy that it was finally over. Arya was happy and said they had a great profit waiting for them. Magnus agreed with her, and he thought Alabana would recover quickly. If the Alm does not hesitate, the profit will not be long in coming. Except that the girl said that their contracts would not bring any profit to the hero. It seemed to her that Magnus might be offended by that. But he thought the more prosperous the Alm were, the more often they would seek his services. It was true, and Arya promised to work even harder in that case. Taking the hero by the hand, she said that she had a work day today. But the day was already over, and the girl looked at the embarrassed Magnus with a smile. The next day, an audience was taking place in Alaban at the palace. The king addressed his amiable daughter, saying that she had done well with the task assigned to her. Farah thanked her father and said that it was all due to his invaluable lessons and guidance. The king laughed and was in complete agreement with her. Next to the princess was also a hero. Calling him her friend, she asked the king not to shower him with her favor. She promised him a special permit with the royal seal if he would mine rare artifacts. She believed that this would surely be an affirmation of the king's immense wisdom. The king laughed and again agreed with his daughter. The king looked at the hero and asked what his name was. Magnus frowned and still said his name. He thought about the fact that the king had already forgotten how he had thrown him into prison. Apparently, Pharaoh was sneaking people out, otherwise the prison would have been bursting at the seams by now. The king was about to agree and give Magnus his blessing, when suddenly a voice from behind asked him not to. It was Murat, who had come to woo Farah. He insisted that it was dangerous to give permission to suspicious strangers. They could not know what dark business they needed it for. The king rose from his throne and looked at Murat carefully. The princess shouted to Murat that she personally confirmed that Magnus was trustworthy. Murat shouted to the emperor that he had heard it all himself, and that this bizarre magician had already managed to ingratiate himself with the princess herself by calling him a knave and a swindler. He also shouted that the king risked bringing disaster upon their entire precious state. Murat also said that the soldiers had told him everything, and this charlatan and Princess Farah had been in secret collusion for a long time. The princess could not understand what nonsense he was talking about. The princess shouted to her father not to dare to believe the idle gossip. But Murat replied that a soldier was a man of honor and would never stoop to gossip. He believed the soldier's word as well as his own. The king could recall the fact that Murat had never let him down before, and the lad grinned maliciously. Murat was what a sycophant and used slander to eliminate a rival. The king admitted that to be honest. The magician also seemed suspicious to him, and he would certainly not give him any permission. The princess was shocked at his words. Besides, the soldiers had no reason to spread rumors. The king was in agreement with Murat and said that he had proved his loyalty again. The princess was just shocked and thought that with such a shallow ruler, Alabana would soon come to an end. She wanted to deal with everything with her own hands, but Magnus asked her not to get hot-headed. Princess Farah explained to him that there would be no resolution. She didn't understand how to look him in the eye now. But Magnus was completely calm and asked if they had heard what was happening. Soldiers were rushing to the palace with an urgent report, and no one could understand what the noise was outside. The soldiers shouted that there was a riot and mutiny outside, and a great many soldiers were coming this way. The king could not understand what the riot was. Murat and the princess were shocked, but Magnus only smiled slightly. The king called them idiots. He wondered what they were going to do. Almost all the soldiers were involved in the mutiny, and the king wondered who the instigator was. At the head of the troops was Prince Hadel himself. The mutiny was led by the crown prince himself. The king was simply shocked, and Murat and his associates froze in horror. Princess Farah could not understand for what profit her brother decided to rebel, because he would inherit the throne anyway. Magnus only replied that it was extremely dangerous to stay here and asked how they would proceed. The king shouted that His Majesty would not die and demanded that the rebels be punished. The people inside the castle hesitated and began to talk among themselves. The king ordered Murat to carry out the order, but Murat suddenly cried out that his stomach was twisted and his heart was seized. The king called him a hypocrite and promised that he would not have his head cut off. Murat, with tears in his eyes, begged the king not to execute him. While the king was racking his brains and wondering what to do, Magnus said it was time for them to make up their minds. Since the king was the ruler, no mercy was expected from the rebels. The king came to the conclusion that if he was not ruler, Hadel would be spared. The hero admitted that this probability was very great. Bowing once more to the king, Magnus confessed that there was no limit to his wisdom, and a hero could never compare to His Majesty. The king exclaimed that he had spoken rightly. The king rose from his throne and said that he abdicated, removing his royal ring. Everyone in the palace was simply shocked, but Magnus only smiled. Throwing the ring to the girl, the king said that he was giving the seal ring to Farah. Now the throne was hers, and it was up to her to decide what to do with Hadel. Picking up the ring and holding it out to Farah, the hero congratulated her on being the new ruler. The princess was simply shocked at this sudden turn and was petrified on the spot. The girl was shocked, looking at the ring and not realizing that she was now the new ruler. Magnus asked her to come to the throne, and Farah, pulling herself together, put the ring on. She ordered the former ruler to be taken safely to the West Tower. There was a prison for the nobles, where Farah ordered her father to be kept until the end of his days. The king shouted to Farah to stop, and thought she was wrong. The princess asked for the order to be carried out faster, for the rebels were soon to be here. This was her first order. Princess Farah also ordered the execution of the traitor Hadel, and asked her to tell her if anyone had any objections. All the people in the castle bowed before the new queen and shouted that they had no objections. They swore allegiance to Her Majesty. Of course, not everyone's oath was sincere, and Farah surely realized that. What was important now was that they recognized the coronation, at least for appearance's sake. When things settled down, it would be possible to take care of that as well. Magnus was confident that the princess would succeed. Magnus asked Her Majesty not to worry because he was on her side. The new Queen Farah thanked Magnus for his support, but the hero was happy to serve her. In return, he would ask her for one favor that only a ruler could grant. The princess immediately understood him and promised to try to be of service to him. Magnus noticed that this sounded promising, and then Hadel and his army appeared at the castle door. Once inside the castle, Prince Hadel assumed that his sister must have known what he was about to say. Farah decided to ask her brother what all this rebellion was for. She thought it was all about power, but it wasn't. As she herself realized, her father's rule was leading the country to imminent doom. It was imperative that the fool be dethroned as soon as possible. Farah didn't understand how it happened. He had given her the dirtiest jobs and he wanted to take the throne. Magnus could also understand that Prince Hadel wanted to protect his country, but he felt that another method could have been chosen to do so. He talked about choosing the method carefully, or having someone else do the dirty work. The prince thought that Magnus wanted to insult him with such advice, but the guy said he wasn't. How and why they started the war was none of his business. Prince Hadel didn't understand what Magnus meant by this, but the hero meant that they had sold their soul to the demons in vain. To Prince Hadel, the hero was saying strange things, calling the guy a wizard. Magnus thought that they must have already known about the demonic gate. When they wanted to enslave a country, The first place they turned to was the nobility. They would trick a man into selling his soul. And it was Prince Hadel who was chosen as such a traitor among the people of Alabama. The people revolted, not understanding how Magnus could say such a thing. To them, the prince wished to restore Alabama to its former majesty and power. They were furious that a hero dared accuse him of treachery. They did say that they wanted to do it faster, but it was not clear why they decided to come forward only now. The hero decided that he should answer for them himself. The reason was that they were able to obtain the High Priest's key. The thing was that there was one way to get into the underground palace of the ancient magical land. One had to open the gate with 2 of the 4 existing keys. One of the keys had recently been stolen from Ramses' pyramid. The hero was certain that it was Prince Hadel who had hired this thief. But another key was in this very palace, and the true purpose of the rebellion is to seize the key. His father's throne could wait, and Magnus asked Hadel if this was true. But also this key was kept in the treasury, which only the wearer of the Emperor's ring could enter. Hadel cursed the hero for being able to find out. Princess Farah still couldn't understand what underground palace they were talking about. Ancient Alabama was wiped out overnight and turned into a lifeless desert. A failed magical ritual was to blame. Magnus assumed that the princess knew about it, and she did, but no one knew the details of the ritual. Hadel had heard about the ritual from a cursed storm general. The purpose of this ritual is to summon only the magical power of the Lord of Darkness. Though the summoning was successful, the humans simply could not match such power. People looked at the hero in fear, realizing that the matter had taken an unpleasant turn. His Highness Hadel, according to Magnus, was now sleeping in an underground palace, having gained the immense power of the Lord of Darkness. By obtaining this power, he was going to make Alabama even more powerful and take the throne. People began to argue that it was dangerous. Even the ancient empire couldn't handle this power. A prosperous country had turned into a desert overnight, and they feared the same thing would happen to them. Prince Hadel ordered not to grumble and let the hero fool himself. Prince Hadel yelled to the wizard that he couldn't have known anything about him. The guy apologized and said he knew all about him. That's why he let them take the key from Ramses' pyramid. If Hadel had gotten the key, there would have been a mutiny. The boy had to admit to His Highness Hadel that he was fascinated. If you turn a blind eye to all the trouble, what he managed to accomplish was worth a lot. The prince was indeed talented, and if he had chosen his means more carefully, Magnus would have allowed even him to sit on the throne. It was indeed a great loss. His Highness was closely related to the cursed storm general, and technically he had already sold his soul to him. But they couldn't sell the prince's honor. After receiving the advice from the storm general, they strengthened the volunteer corps while continuing to build up their strength and ended up with this. So they killed the cursed storm general Jamatan with the help of stolen power, becoming Hadel Jamatan. They had clearly accomplished a lot, but it couldn't be called a feat. The prince could not understand how the hero could know about all this. Princess Farah looked at her brother in shock, and people could not believe what they heard. Everyone squinted at the prince, who in their opinion could not have done such a thing. Magnus pulled an object out of his bag that blinded Prince Hadel. It was a heavenly red blue gem. It weakened the power of the cursed storm general and was able to reveal the true form. The prince screamed and asked him to stop, becoming a half-monster. After his transformation ended, the prince turned into a huge serpent with fangs. The object lit up the entire palace, and everyone was horrified at the sight of the prince. Princess Farah cried and asked why her brother had done such a thing. A huge serpent attacked the people, who immediately rushed to flee away. Behind the serpent, a cloud gate opened, and the people within it asked His Highness Hadel to follow them. The serpent shouted to Magnus that he was the one who had defeated the Lord of Darkness. He acknowledged his defeat today. But the serpent asked to remember that the last battle would be for him, after which he disappeared. Holding the magic item in his hands, the guy smiled and promised that he would remember it. In that case, they would hold their final battle in the underground palace. The grand battle was getting closer and closer. Upon seeing Hadel's true form, the rebels lost all their morale. The guardsmen who had participated in the rebellion were placed in indefinite detention. For the time being, the country was guarded by Empress Farah's trusted men, the First Military Corps. The Empress apologized to Magnus for her procrastination and extended him permission to search the palace vault. The next time he visited the palace, he came to get this permission. When he pushed the princess to become Empress, everything went according to his plan. Hadel came to them looking for the key in the treasury, and the Empress ordered the key to be brought to her. In the name of the Empress, Farah ordered that this key be given to Magnus. Magnus noticed that she was as quick on the uptake as ever, so he was pleased to work with her. Now the hero and Prince Hadel needed another key, and it was best to hurry. Empress Farah had entrusted her brother to Magnus. The remaining key was in the Pyramid of Morris. It took only a day to capture it. It was the key of the underground palace, the soul of the merit of the Eternal Sands. However, there was news from the guard of the Donroth Pyramid that his brother had taken something from there. There was no more time to lose, and the heroes hurried to awaken the underground palace. They reached the Pyramid of Raised and stood at its main gate. They wondered if they would be able to catch up with them. The underground palace was uncharted territory, and besides, the enemies should also advance quite fast. After opening the doors with the sacred object, Magnus gave the command forward. The underground palace was simply gigantic and was not at all like the other ruins. They didn't understand why there was such devastation here. Apparently Hadel had already wiped out all the guards. Still, the place was too ruined. The nun thought that the battle here had been very fierce. The underground palace was the epicenter of the failed magic ritual. It wasn't surprising that everything here was destroyed. If they had to fight, it meant that they were in order. One of the brothers suggested that they might have had time to catch up with them, and Magnus agreed. They walked past the destruction, encountering only the bloody corpses of men along the way. One of the twins noticed that there were a lot of guards and traps. He thought they were lost, but Magnus replied that everything was fine. They just took a slightly different route, a longer one. The boy couldn't understand why they did that, because they were going to catch up with Hadel. That was true, but there was one interesting magical item here that the hero wanted to pick up. It was the office of the Crown Prince of an ancient magical empire. Looking at the desk and seeing the item, the guy said that this was it. But going inside the room, he saw that there was a human figure sitting at the desk, which made him wary. The long-haired guy was apparently pleased with the visitors and welcomed them into his office. The three brothers were horrified at the thought of it being a ghost. But in Klim's opinion, ghosts couldn't be that cute. It was an ancient spirit, it was incorporeal, and was the spawn of necromancy. If we imagine it was a monster, it was at least level 30. Ramsey assumed it was the prince's spirit if this office was his, and the spirit agreed with him. Clutching his staff tighter, Magnus replied that he was lying, and just decided to mess with them. The spirit smiled and asked the boy why he thought that. Prince Madet died during a magic ritual, and simply could not be reborn as a spirit. Moving closer to the hero, the spirit answered him nothing and looked at his book. It seemed to him that Magnus had a very interesting thing, also with a divine seal. No one had paid attention to it until now, and Magnus became uneasy. He figured the spirit wanted to experience it for himself, but laughing, the spirit refused. If he even touched it with a finger, he would go to heaven. Besides, there was another interesting thing here that the mage had come to him for. Magnus couldn't back down until he got this item, but his hand trembled. The spirit stepped away from the item and admitted that it didn't want to guard the item so much and let the hero take it. Magnus shouted to the spirit to stop and answered who he was. Dissolving, the spirit offered to call him Spectre and said they would see each other again. The hero took the ancient imperial seal of Alabana and pondered the spirit's words. Upon reaching the floor with many huge statues, the prince's team stopped. Hadel turned to Gomez, who gave the command to the others. Gomez ordered them to run to the end of the corridor. The men realized in fright that this was a trap. Taking one by his clothes, Gomez offered him a choice: run that way or he would finish him off right there. He promised that if they made it to the end alive, they would receive a reward from the boss and asked them to be grateful for his kindness. The men ran forward and the Anubis statue's eyes immediately lit up. Instantly, a beam came out of the eyes of the statue that destroyed the men in an instant, turning them to ashes. Hadel gave orders to Nadia. who destroyed the statue. When all the statues were destroyed, Gomez said they could go now. As he passed his servants, Hadel praised them for their good work. Aside from his 2 assistants, the rest were just a rabble who only thought about getting famous. Like that spoiled emperor trying to profit from his favorite country. When you wanted to contribute to the country, you had to drive a wedge with a wedge. So Hadel's group reached the heart of the underground palace, the testing room. The men who were with Hadel were pleased that they had made it, but apparently Magnus had managed to beat them to it. Pointing to the ruined door ahead, Hadel ordered Gomez to go ahead. Gomez asked him to wait, and could not believe that he was to be the live bait. The prince remembered what he had said earlier. If he survived, he would be rewarded, and may he be grateful for the kindness. Cursing the occasion, the thief took up his weapon and ran forward. Hardly had he time to do anything when he was seized by the golems of the maids. Gomez called the prince a bastard, for he had trusted him. Throwing him forward, the prince asked him to finally roll. As Gomez approached the floor, a copycat went off, and the floor turned into a pile of spikes that were like living creatures. They engulfed Gomez while the prince calmly watched on. Although they had 100 golems, but right now, they might not be enough anymore. Most of them had been lost in the battle with Jamatan and 1 more in the last battle. However, thanks to this, Jamatan had been defeated and Mr. Hadel had gained his power. It was a necessary sacrifice. Hadel agreed with Nadia, for revolution always required sacrifice, before and now. Hadel ordered the golems to pave his way to the future, and the golems went forth. Thanks to the golems, all the traps were activated and disarmed. Walking further, Hadel noticed a dark orb at the top of the room. He had been waiting for this for so long. Just a little more, and he would get his hands on this might of the Darkness Lord's power. As he approached the black ball, he reached out to it, thinking that his years of effort had finally paid off. No sooner had he reached the ball than he saw the hero behind him. Prince Hadel never thought Magnus would catch up to him. But the hero was sure that he would certainly catch up with his majesty. Prince Hadel had always wanted nothing more than to restore Alabana to its former power. It was his most cherished wish. He loved the people of Alabana. Therefore, the volunteer corps was only focused on exterminating those who were devouring the well-being of their homeland. If things were left as they were, the people of Alabana would one day know bitterness. Therefore, someone had to do it. Alabana still could not win the economic war. Expanding the land through war was not even close to being out of the question either. After all, the prince couldn't send the country's favorite people to war. The best that could be done was to give the people a modest but fair rule, and gradually build up the power of the country. But when he realized this, despair came. After all, the previous king had proven to be an impenetrable fool. And to overcome this, he turned to Jamatan. He pretended to fall for the sweet talk and killed him first. With his new power, he became a demon. The prince did not hesitate to deny his human form, because now he could wage war without endangering the inhabitants of the country. In addition, just like the great demonic 8, he could live another 1,000 years and become the greatest ruler of Alabana in history. And then there would always be only smiles on people's faces. When he visualized their proud faces, his human heart overflowed with warmth. Standing in front of the dark magical sphere, Prince Hadel ordered to destroy the intruders, in the name of the seal. In that case, Magnus also decided to use seal magic, and ordered to leave the battlefield. Prince Hadel was shocked to see the ancient imperial seal of Alabana in the hero's possession. These were 2 simultaneous orders, moreover, contradicting each other. The golems went into standby mode. Hadel couldn't understand why the hero had a seal just like that. Magnus replied that as long as those battle maids were here, it would be impossible to defeat the prince. The triplets were delighted, and exclaimed that it all worked out. Going the long way was worth it. Prince Hadel became furious, and transformed into a monster and shouted that they would pay for it. Hadel Jamatan was as high as level 42. Magnus recognized that his aura was still just as intimidating, even though weakened by the Paradise Gem. He had to admit that he admired the prince. The serpent hissed that it would wipe them into powder, then went on the attack. The hero used the Relic of Eternal Wind, which absorbed wind elemental damage until it reached its capacity limit. In that case, the prince thought he could defeat them with lightning. But Magnus used eternal sands against the lightning, which the serpent could not believe. Magnus said that this object acted just like the previous stone, except that it absorbed lightning. The prince opened his mouth and shouted that he didn't care. With those words, he pounced on Gladius and embedded his large fangs to use paralysis. It was an incredibly powerful poison in Magnus' opinion. It even worked on the golem, which has absolute resistance. The nun approached the golem and was ready to heal it from its shackles. With those words, she used healing magic on Gladius. Klim managed to remove the paralysis from the golem, whereupon Gladius came into motion. In the name of the Lord, she blessed him. Meanwhile, the hero cast one of the spells. The wizard's strengthening spells were not as effective as those of the monks. But in the ruins, they had discovered a curious book on magical amplification, and he was eager to demonstrate his skills. The golem received an increase in strength, dexterity, and defense, as well as an increase in resistance. Shots rained down in a hail towards the enemy. It was the triplets that were ready to show the prince a real Aliban masterpiece, purifying mithril bullets. One of the brothers looked gloomily at the bullet and asked for an idea of how much one of them was worth, but they promised not to think about it. Ramsey shouted to them that any expenditure was justified if it was for the sake of destroying the demonic eight, and ordered the boys to shoot. Ramsey already knew these kids had a lot of guts. They were very good at forgiving one of the demonic eight. They had good judgment in battle and kept their distance. Ramsey smiled as he stood behind the guys and said that he was proud of them. Aiming his crossbow at the enemy, Old Man Ramsey could not yield to them either. Rapid crossbow shots pierced the bodies of the prince's aides. They didn't have time to recover, and at this rate, they were well aware that they would be of little use. Nadia ordered them to keep their wits about them, and as long as they were alive, they could still be useful. Magnus cast a spell, then struck the serpent, and the serpent asked the hero to answer his question. This was the first time they fought him, but he couldn't understand why it was like this, why the guy could anticipate his every action. Magnus apologized and answered the serpent that it was a secret and he couldn't answer him. The prince called the hero a lad, thinking he had started preparing for this much earlier. The guy admitted that he had been preparing for this from the beginning. Realizing the lad's words, the serpent laughed. He admitted that Magnus made his blood run cold in his veins, and he was worthy of admiration. The serpent thanked Nadia and Salim for serving him all this time. The girls anxiously asked what all these words were about. The serpent rushed with the black ball, and the hero realized that he wanted to absorb the power of the demon lord and raise the level. Magnus shouted that he did not do this, because then his mind will immediately darken, and he will become a real monster. But the prince didn't understand how the hero knew that. He believed that he would defeat them, and by saving the country he would become a hero. Having absorbed the dark orb, the serpent became even more ferocious, and with terrifying cries looked at the girls, who froze in horror. The serpent was about to kill them and rushed to attack, but the golem Gladius managed to grab them and ran away from the serpent. The girls tried to ask His Majesty what was going on here. Gladius carried the girls behind the hero's back, and he told them that His Majesty could not be saved. He became a true demon when he absorbed the orb. The girls were just in shock, not believing his words. But Magnus asked them to face the truth and help him defeat him. Remembering their childhood with Prince Heidel, the girls couldn't do that. Magnus scared them and yelled at them to finally turn on their brains. After all, the prince had finally lost his mind, and at this rate he would destroy everyone he was going to save. The guy didn't believe the girls would let it happen, but there was no other way to save them anymore. The girls, through their tears, made up their minds and came to their senses. As they prepared to attack, they asked His Majesty for forgiveness. They stood up with the nun and used their spells. Magnus also cast his own. After casting his spell, Magnus used fire in his left hand, and a heavy storm setting in his right hand. Once everything was ready, the guy aimed his incredible attack at the serpent, under which the ground began to crack. The hero used fusion and summoned a lava flow. Everything around him was covered in glowing lava, not even giving the monster a chance. It takes great strength to achieve a great goal, and this was the truth. However, drowning in strength was a way to lose oneself, and Heidel reminded the hero of that. At the very beginning of the Book of Peace, it was said that truths were hidden here, and how to use them, whether to save lives or take them away, was up to each man to decide for himself. He could only pray for them to make a wise choice, and Magnus could not forget the importance of these words. So with Hadel Jamatin's victory, items fell out to the hero. They were General Marin's boots and the Heavenly Thunder Domain Stone. The hero's level rose to 38th level. As he approached the serpent, Magnus thought that some of the Demon Lord's mana that was summoned long ago was too dangerous for humans, and there was a lot of it. Using the relic, the guy ordered the golems to make the Imperial Seal so that they would now prevent anyone from coming to this place. From the battle servants to the guards, this way they will continue to protect this place forever. When it was over, the hero and his group returned to the Alaban Palace Garden where a huge feast was being held. They really wanted to celebrate the victory and the coronation at the same time. Magnus wondered at first if people would doubt the Empress' authority. Princess Farah answered him that it was cheaper to do everything together. Clem and Old Man Ramsey were socializing with the people, while the triplets were having a great time with a group of people and refusing the drinks they gave them. Children and adults surrounded Gladius in the same way, touching his large hands with interest. Arya approached Magnus and said that things looked pretty fun here. Magnus thanked the girl for coming with him. He wasn't used to this, and the girl remembered that this was the second time she had to do this. It was a bit shameless for him to rely on her again. But Arya knew that it would improve the trade relations between the Marmu Trading Company and Alabana. She couldn't, as the face of the company, not be here. Her business also went better when the hero was with her. As Magnus had expected her to be, she was very observant. Arya replied that a merchant would never allow an opportunity to slip away. Upon seeing Magnus, the queen was pleased to see that he had finally arrived, calling him a hero, the savior of the nation. Taking the edge of her lush dress, Arya bowed and said she was honored to meet the queen. She gave her name, and said she was on Magnus's team, also the daughter of the merchant Marmu of Lacusta. She asked for permission to congratulate her on her coronation. The princess hugged Arya and said that if she was on Magnus' team, she was with her as well, then pressed her to her chest. Now Farah wanted to reward Magnus properly again, for she didn't want to look ungrateful. Magnus bowed, and replied that he was a traveler with the goal of defeating the Demon King. If he could negotiate some privileges during his wanderings, that would be the best reward for him. The queen understood this, and in that case asked permission to give him a title. She would like to give him the title of the Empress' husband, which made Arya and Magnus open their mouths, looking at Farah in shock. Everyone was just shocked. Her Majesty Farah had proposed marriage. The people began to think it was wonderful that the ascension to the throne would be a marriage ceremony. The boy asked her not to joke about it anymore, because the people took it seriously. The queen waved her hand in the direction of the people and admitted that she did. She apologized and admitted that it was a joke. Arya laughed and the guy looked at the girl. Walking up to the couple, Farah honestly admitted that she was jealous of Arya. After all, the queen would also like to be on Magnus' team. Arya was sorry and believed that Farah would definitely find a good friend. Magnus looked around. It seemed to him that there were a lot of people here to so easily become friends with Farah. In that case, Farah offered the hero something serious to talk about. She said that her country would reward him as well as Lacusta's country by awarding him the title of Conqueror of the Demon Lord. Magnus smiled and thanked Queen Farah. She also whispered in his ear that he didn't need to return the key she had given him. He could come here and play anytime he wanted. The boy coughed and said he would only come through the main entrance. The girl laughed and confessed that she loved that part of him very much. The triplets thanked Magnus for his help. Thanks to him, they would be able to improve their hometown. They couldn't thank the hero enough, but Magnus felt that he was the one who should be thanking them. He thanked Tad, Red, and Mad for making his acquaintance with them. Hearing his words was worth all the effort they had lived through for them. Those words made them happy. One of the brothers was already wiping away his tears and asked him not to make him cry. Magnus smiled and wanted to remind them of what Red had said before creating their team. The Ramsey legend was not over, and they would become true adventurers. And that apparently became true. the hero asked them to be proud of what they had done. As they left on the camels, the boys waved to the hero and asked him to come to their town sometime. They were ready to welcome him with all their might. They really meant it, and then they left. The hero looked at the scowling Klim and decided that she looked very well suited to the attire of a court priest and was well suited to the role. Klim asked to stop, saying it wasn't her celebration. The boy smiled and asked her not to be so rude. The nun was angry because right now she should be somewhere in the southern islands on vacation, and Magnus could understand her. But the change of government had just happened, so she supposed there was a lot of anxiety left here. Klim couldn't refuse if Magnus asked her to help the princess. But there was no reason for those clothes she was wearing. But Magnus had read that if she stood next to the princess as a priestess, she needed to be in proper clothing. In that case, Klim pointed her finger at Ramsay and asked what about him. Klim grumbled that this old man would also be by the princess' side, but he was in his usual clothes. Ramsay replied that a secret agent shouldn't be wearing extravagant clothes. In the past, he had seen the way the court changed and the country faded. That is why he thought that he should still help the current monarch to rule. He did not spare to give what he had left of his life. Magnus smiled and said that Ramsay did help them, but the nun didn't understand why the hero was saying that. The hero could count on them again, so it was good to know where they would always be. The nun and Ramsay noticed that Magnus was saying selfish things, but they had nothing to do, so they asked to feel free to find them anyway. Klim smiled and said she was too kind a woman not to help. At the end, the hero went to the outskirts of Lacusta, where Arya and the hero had a picnic. He asked Arya how they were doing there. Arya smiled and told him that Nadia and Salam were doing a wonderful job. Just as Magnus thought, she had them helping with the trade with Alabana. This was a good thing, for the gateway of Nadia's city was indeed useful for transportation. Arya admitted that it was really saving them now. After defeating Hadel, he convinced them to act as intermediaries with Maramu's company. Of course, they also got approval from Farah. As long as they lived, the girls promised to pay for their crimes. For Alabana, the country beloved by His Majesty Hadel, working with Maramu's company to offer a fair trade deal to the isolated Alabana, it looked like they might have found a new purpose in life. Tenzin of Lacusta convinced his own subordinates to sell their souls to the demon. Hadel, on the other hand, secluded himself that he alone would sell his soul. Because of this, the sisters survived and are on the road to rehabilitation. This was most likely what Prince Hadel had planned. And if that was the case, Magnus smiled, realizing that he was a pawn for the prince. And just as they thought, trade with Kaju was growing. Magnus recognized that sea trade was indeed the best way. As he had explained earlier, to defeat the evil General Gaju, he needed as much as the annual budget of a large country. But Maramu's company could help him with that and get him the money. Arya smiled and said that she knew about it, and all the preparations were ready. Magnus thanked Arya, for it would have been impossible for him alone. 9 islands drifting in the sea and an amalgamation of companies sharing territories on each. This is the country of Kaju. Now he would be traveling through each of the 9 islands, so Arya was ready to declare that she would accompany him. Magnus was just shocked, but he had said earlier that it would be impossible for him alone. Magnus didn't know what to say to Arya's response to that. If she could help him by being on his side, they could be together for a while. That was certainly a good thing for Magnus. Arya thought the boat trip to the southern islands was wonderful. The boy had no objections and was looking forward to it. Arya was happy and asked to be counted on. She also had to buy a new swimsuit. Magnus chuckled nervously and admitted he couldn't fight her. The girl turned with Magnus and smiled. She said it would be their pre-marital trip. Anyway, now they were sailing to the merchant country left behind by the southern pirate king.